My name is Tzvi Hersh Weinreb, and I'm speaking to you from the home that my wife Rabbi and I have had here in Yerushalayim for the past nearly 20 years. I'm joining you on Tisha B'Av Tavshin Pei Vav, the year 2026. I must begin, of course, by thanking the Orthodox Union, both in the United States and here in Israel, for the work that they do in general, and for encouraging me to deliver this presentation, this webcast, on the occasion of Tisha B'Av. I've been doing this type of a presentation now for 38 years. This is the 38th time that I'm doing this type of a presentation, a recitation of a sample of the keynotes of Tisha B'Av, encouraging you to recite them along with me, as well as explanations and supplementary readings on the topic of the eternal Tisha B'Av, the Tisha B'Av that began long ago. We'll reflect upon just how long ago, and continues to this very day, to this very moment. I'd like to begin especially by thanking a family that has been sponsoring and dedicating this presentation for many years now. And that is the family of Richard and Deborah Parkoff. In memory of Richard's parents, Avraham ben Yitzchak HaKohen, Alav HaShalom, and Rachel Bluma bat Yehoshua, Oleho HaShalom. I also thank my executive assistant, Mrs. Yocheved Goldberg, and all the others who have helped me prepare and present this recording. I thank the President of the Orthodox Union, Mr. Mitchell Ader, and the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Vice President of the Orthodox Union, Rabbi Dr. Josh Joseph. And I can't help but express posthumously, because he no longer is with us. In spirit he is, but he's passed away within the past year. We'll be speaking about his particular skills in the area of leadership, Rabbi Moshe Hauer, Zecher Tzadik Livrocha. Thank you, Rabbi. I'd like to begin with a passage from the Talmud, from the Gemara Maseches Brachos. The Gemara appears on Daf Yud Gimel Amud Aleph, and the text reads as follows. Moshel lemohadavar doma. To what can we compare the entire course of Jewish history? Certainly from the time of the destruction of the first Beis HaMikdash until this very day. What can we compare it to? L'odom shehoya mahalech baderech. You can compare it to a person who's walking along a path. He or she are walking along a road. a way, a derech. Upogabo ze'ev, and a wolf stands in their way. V'nitzal mimenu. But somehow the person eludes the ze'ev, the wolf, and escapes and is safe. V'hoyo misaper v'holech ma'aseh ze'ev. So this person, when he reaches his destination and can share his relief at having been spared from the attack of the wolf, tells the story, thanks God, expresses his gratitude, his happiness for having been spared. And he continues along the way. Pogabo ari, and this time a lion confronts him. Things are getting worse. V'nitzal mimenu, but he's spared from the lion as well. Somehow he manages to escape from the lion's jaws. And when he reaches his next destination, v'hoya misaper v'holech ma'aseh ari, he forgets about telling the story about how he escaped from the wolf, because now he has a better story to tell, a harsher story, greater relief. The lion has been overcome. And then he continues along the way. Pogabo nochash, and this time he encounters a snake, a poisonous snake, a serpent. V'nitzal mimenu, and here too he is spared. He's rescued from the snake. Shochach ma'aseh shnehem, so he forgets about the wolf, forgets about the lion, and now we can speak about how grateful he is to have escaped the fangs of the snake. He continues on his way, this time with a new story. No longer the story of the wolf, no longer the story of the lion, now it's the story of the serpent. The Gemara concludes, Af kach Yisrael. This is the path of the Jewish people. Tzoros acharonos mishakchos es horishonos. The more recent difficulties, the most recent sufferings, tzoros achronos, the most recent ones, mishakchos es horishonos, cause us to forget about the old sorrows. We're suffering in the midst now of the struggle with our enemies in the Middle East. Beginning this time, almost 3 years ago, October 7th, 2023. The sorrows of this time, the death of so many soldiers, the death of many civilians, the constant fear and anxiety, the trauma, the loss. It's present. It's the serpent with us right now. And to some extent, it causes us to forget past sorrows, to forget the Holocaust, to forget the pogroms, to forget the expulsion from Spain, to forget the Crusades, to forget the destruction of the Second Temple, to forget the destruction of the First Temple. And this too is something we have to focus upon on Tisha B'Av, not to forget the tzoros harishonos, the pain, the suffering, the catastrophes that we have suffered way, way back. And let's consider now just how far back. But first, I'd like to jump several centuries, many centuries, from that passage, that insightful passage in the Talmud Meseches Brachos Daf Yud Gimel Lamed Aleph, and turn to a much more recent Talmudic sage. I'm speaking of Rav Yecheskel Abramsky Zecher Tzadik Livrocha, a Jew who in his own right could deserve a presentation of many, many hours. I have in my hand a book, a sefer, collecting Rabbi Yecheskel Abramsky's comments on Tanakh, on Tefillah, on the holidays of the Jewish year. Rabbi Yecheskel Abramsky was held with his own heavy, heavy sorrows by the Soviet Union in the 1930s, pre-Holocaust. Miraculously, the Jewish people, especially the Jewish community in the United Kingdom and Great Britain, were able somehow to extract him from the prisons of the Soviet Union and to free him to come to London, where he became, in essence, the chief rabbi, the Av Beis Din of the community then. Eventually, he came to Eretz Yisrael. He settled in the Bayit Vagan neighborhood of Yerushalayim, and he completed his many, many volumes of commentary on the Tosefta, entitled Chazon Yecheskel, the vision of Yecheskel Abramsky. In this book, summarizing some of his less technical works, he reflects a bit about Tisha B'Av. And he is especially prone to quote the following passage from the Kinos. The passage reads, quote, Al Churban Beis HaMikdosh, upon the destruction of the Holy Temple, Ki Huras, which has been destroyed, V'chi Hudash, which has been trampled. For that reason, Asapeid B'chol Shana V'Shana Mispeid Chadash. I will eulogize, I will lament every single year, the many hundreds of years, almost 2,000 years since that destruction of the first Beis HaMikdash, of the second Beis HaMikdash. And he comments, because he notices the phrasing. What are we experiencing every year? Not the Beis HaMikdash, not the temple which has been destroyed and trampled, but Al Churban Beis HaMikdash. We are forgotten about the destruction. We no longer remember as vividly as we should, as sorrowfully as we should, the destruction of the temple. The destruction has become destroyed and trampled, overcome by the many, 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 many catastrophes which have ensued long after and in an ongoing way since the destruction of the first and second Beis HaMikdash. And so he writes, Rabbi Yecheskel Abramsky, Lifanim, once upon a time, back some distant past, Hoya inyan churban Beis HaMikdash, the matter of the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash, poel alanu pu'ula aza, would affect us with a very, very strong effect. We would be overtaken, overcome by the memories, the churban. U'ma'orer banu zichronos miyamim kedem. And we would remember the past, remember well the past. And we will remember besides the past, and this is a key phrase which I hope to develop more as we go along, v'rikshei achdut hala'um, and we would remember the feelings of unity of our nation, Achdut Halaum, the feeling of one nation, Umachazir es b'nei Yisrael el Avinu shebashamayim, and that reflection upon the past glory and upon the destruction of that glory and the defamation of that glory and the desecration of that glory. And also we would remember the unity that the Jewish people once had. And this would return us, every Tisha B'Av, it would return us to our Father in heaven. But now, he's writing this probably somewhere in the 1940s or 50s, and he writes, V'ato now, Birabos Yemei Hayagon V'ho Hanocha, when we have so much agony and sorrow, and look what he lived through, imprisonment in the Soviet Union, living and surviving with the aid of God and those friends of his who helped him survive the Holocaust. And still there is Yagon Va'anacha, agony and suffering. Churban Beit HaMikdash is the memory of the destruction of the temple and all that it represented, Huras V'Hudash, that have been destroyed, pulverized, Huras, destroyed totally, damaged beyond repair, V'Hudash, and trampled. This is what we're here to try to revive today. The sense of the Churban Beis HaMikdash, and with it, the Rigshei Achdut Halaum, the feeling of being a unified people. Those are the two elements that we're here to devote our hearts, our souls, our tears, our minds today. Several weeks ago, we read on Shabbat the parsha of Shalach. In Sefer Bamidbar, we read of the story of the Meraglim, the story of the spies. Believe it or not, that was the beginning. The spies were sent to travel through the land of Eretz Yisrael. The Jews are in the desert, anticipating, expecting to enter the land of Eretz Yisrael. And spies are sent out, Lasur es Eretz Canaan, to tour the land of Israel. And the ones who are chosen to do so are the leaders of the 12 tribes. The 12 tribes return after their journey, and 10 of them, to say the least, have nothing good to say about the land. A frightening enemy is all that they can report about. The inability to enter the land, to conquer the enemy. The fact that the land is the land which devours its people somehow. The land in which they, leaders of Israel, develop an identity, a self-image of chagavim. We are like grasshoppers facing giants. 2, Kalev and Yehoshua, are exceptions. And they say, no, we can do it. Yachol nuchal, we can do it, we can make it. Ki tova ha'oretz ma'od ma'od, the land is very, very good. But the people are persuaded by the 10 Meraglim. And the people spend that entire night after the Meraglim returned. Vayivku ha'om balaylo hahu. And the people cried that night, cried all night. And they cried, and they complained. They said, would that we had remained in Egypt. Would that we had died in the desert rather than face what we face now. Linpol bacherev, lashenu v'tapenu yihi olavaz. Let's go back to Egypt. Halo tov lanu mishuv Mitzrayim. The Gemara in Maseches Tainis Daf Chav Tes Amud Aleph says a frightening phrase. Ribono Shalom responded, Kaviyachol from heaven, and said, Atem bechisem bechino shel chinam. You cried in vain. You cried for no reason. You cried out of a lack of trust in God, a lack of trust in your own ability to enter Eretz Yisrael, to enjoy its milk and honey, to live there, to build there, to remain there forever. Atem bechisem bechia shel chinam. I will therefore punish you with a bechia lidorot, with tears for every generation. Every generation will shed tears because you shed those tears. The Ramban, those of you who are familiar with my teachings know that I stress that after Rashi, of course, the Ramban is the commentator of choice for the number 2 position. And I especially refer you to the Ramban in Perek Yud Dalid of Chumash Bamidbar, Pasuk Aleph and Pasuk Chaf Gimel. Because there the Ramban reflects upon where in the text of the Chumash in Parshas Shalach is there any intimation, is there any hint that the tears will go on forever, Ladoros, for many, many, many generations. And the Ramban examines very carefully what that might be. He finds a pasuk on Tehillim, and in pasuk Chaf Gimel, he finds a phrase which kind of tips us off that it won't only be that generation that suffered and cried, but the tears, the sorrow, the cries will persist for many generations into the future. And we're still crying. We're still crying. That's the beginning. Among the various sources that I will be discussing are great Talmudic sages. And I've already referred, of course, to Rabbi Cheskel Abramsky, to the Ramban. I'd like to share with you a thought of the author of the Nesivos HaMishpat. His name was Rav Yaakov Milisa, the town of Lisa. Yaakov Loberbaum was his surname. And he wrote among his many, many works, Chavos Das, Nesivos HaMishpat, Makor Chaim. He also wrote commentaries on the 5 Megillos. And on Megillas Eicha, the Book of Lamentations, which we read last night. And the very second phrase, it reads, Bocho sivke balayla, which means you cried, yes, you had cried, you will cry at night. Vidimosa alecheya, and your tears remain on your cheeks. The title that Rav Yaakov Melisa gave to his commentary on Eicha, on Lamentations, is called Palgei Mayim, floods of tears, floods of water. And he asks, L'ma'an lo yispalei ha'adam lomo yudfas hador ha'acharon ba'avon hameraglim asher haya lifnei dorot rabim. I'm saying this, writes the Baal HaNesivos, is in case you're wondering, why does the sin of the Meraglim ensure that we will continue to cry year after year, month after month, for all eternity, for hundreds and hundreds of years, till this very day? So I'll tell you, that's the meaning of V'dimos Alechayo. B'chosivke balayla, you will cry at night. And V'dimosa Alechayo, because your tears continue to be shed now. Kolomar, Af Hador Ho'acharon, the sin of the Meraglim was to negate the land of Israel, to feel that the living in the land of Israel was an impossible dream, that entering Israel would become a nightmare. That was their sin. That sin persists. We continue to believe this. He wrote this in the early 1800s. Adayin hoyu moasim be'eretz chemdo. We still look down upon, detest the precious, beautiful land. V'dimas hameraglim shemoasu be'eretz chemdo. The tears of the Meraglim who cried because they had these strongly negative feelings about the land of Israel. Adayin al lechayo shel hador hazeh gam kein. They're still on our cheeks today. We still don't fully appreciate what Eretz Yisrael is. We still don't do that. Dimoso alechayo. Dimoseno alechayenu. Our tears, we still have to correct that. We have to correct our attitude toward Eretz Yisrael. Each of us fails to some extent, some to a very small extent, some to a very great extent. But we have to face those tears now on Tisha B'Av. One of the important pieces of material that I'd like to bring to your attention is the fact that we have prepared, we being me and Mrs. Yocheved Goldberg, my assistant, a booklet. We have been doing this for many, many years. A booklet to accompany this presentation. And this booklet is available now on Tisha B'Av on your computer screens. And you can access this booklet. And when you do so, you will see a listing of my presentation and all its detail with various supplemental readings and other material pictures to help us beautify the words that I'm trying to present. So I entitled the little talk that I just gave, that we relive our history by going back to the time of the Meraglim, to the spies and the cries, to the tears and the fears, because we continue to cry, we continue to be afraid, and must work toward correcting that. You know, in Pirkei Avos we read that Kavya ben Mahalalel said, Da me'ayin bosa ula'on ataholech. Know from where you came and know where you're going. Very good advice in many ways. One of the Mefarshim explains, I first heard this phrase from Mr. Irving Budim, Olav HaShalom, who was a mentor of mine. Each generation loses its way in its own way. La'ona taholech, where are you going? The Meraglim lost their way in their way, in their way. We continue to lose our way, and this is what we must reflect upon on Tisha B'Av. We're still losing our way, but in a different way. Throughout the course of Jewish history, our people have embarked upon various ways, each generation in its own way. We too now have gone a bit astray, off the derech. We've lost our way. We must come to understand how have we lost our way in our time. As we move along, we will have the opportunity to read and to study and to recite together various kinos from the Kinos booklet. You may have before you at this moment some version of the Kinos of Tisha B'Av. There are many, many out there. But there's one that I particularly recommend, and that's the one that we'll be following. It's entitled the Kinot Mesores Horav, the Lookstein edition, and it contains the kinos, the traditional Ashkenaz kinos. It contains several kinos written on the occasion is a wrong word, on the catastrophe of the Holocaust. It contains the commentary of Harav Hagon Rav Yosef Dov Soloveitchik Zecher Tzadik Livrocha. And the kinos are translated by myself, by me. I take pride in the translation, which I've done now about 20 years ago. And I will refer to it as we recite a sample of the kinos. This kino is kino number 12 in this booklet. It is entitled Oholi, and it's devoted only to the Churban Beis HaMikdash. What I will do is as follows. I'll introduce you to this kina number 12, Oholi Asher To'afta, explain parts of it, and then pause. The videographer will allow for a brief pause that you can turn off your computer or whatever and recite to yourself this kina with the translation, and then turn your computer back on and we will go ahead to the next section. But first, the kina. This is one of the many kinos at the beginning of the whole series by a man named Rabbi Eliezer HaKalir. It's not quite sure exactly when he lived. The estimates range from he was a contemporary of the Tanoim, going way back into the early Talmudic period, to the fact that he must have lived much later, perhaps into the 7th, 8th century, as we count the centuries. And it begins, Oholi, my tent. The Beis HaMikdash was God's tent. Asher to'afta ad lo v'reishis, which you planned even before creation. The theme of this kina is that the mourning, mourning, is not only about the Beis HaMikdash, the ruins of which stand about a mile from where I'm sitting at this moment. It goes back before that. It goes back to before the creation of the world. Because there is a divine Beis HaMikdash, a celestial Beis HaMikdash, a Beis HaMikdash in heaven, which represents the ideal situation where the entire universe is one holy temple, before the universe is even created. Im kisei chavo litzorfo. It was meant to join with God's throne of glory. Why does this heavenly abode, lomo lo netzach shudad biyad shodadim, why is it forever plundered by pirates? V'nihiyesa kuroa ka'ocha, and why have you, God, become like a shepherd in a mourner's veil? V'roashta, v'roganta, and you, God, are storming and protesting. V'yato malifo, what have I here now? Fo means now, here and now. Here and now we have no heavenly temple. The world, to say the least, is no longer perfect. It is no longer imbued with divinity and spirituality and humanity. It's not. However, there was a time early in history when it began to be rebuilt, this abode for God. And who did that? Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Sarah, Rivka, Rochel, and Leah. Our patriarchs, our matriarchs. The tent which you elevated for the powerful, meaning for our patriarchs, matriarchs, Avraham and Sarah, Yitzchak and Rivka, Yaakov and Rochel and Leah. They built their own Beis HaMikdash. Hanefesh asher asu b'choron. They brought monotheism into the world. They created a temple not of walls, not of curtains, but of ethics and morality and kindness and generosity and hospitality and compassion. V'cherdas mi'efo. Yitzchak trembled. But that too has been destroyed. Lomo lo netzach tzumas biyad sorim. Why is it forever gripped by the hands of the foe? V'nihiyesa katzipor boded al gag, and you have become like a solitary bird. Mar soreach meli yedidi po. What's going on now? God's looking at po, at now. Look now. The celestial heavenly, up, way, way up. That's gone. That's gone. The world that Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Sarah, Rivka, Leah were building and building, that too is gone. And then we come to Har Sinai. Oholi asher patzto lema'ano l'tzir. My tent, which you exclaimed to the envoy, the tzir, the agent, that's Moshe Rabbeinu. V'yato amodi modi po, and you told him, now stand with me here. Now's your opportunity. Har Sinai, Matan Torah. That can create the temple. Lama lo netzach urar biyad harelim v'nihiyesa kesone v'tzor v'ayeh ivoi Moshe po. That too is not what it was meant to be. And every phrase goes on in the same way. Until we reached the actual temple, the first temple, the second temple. And it's all gone. Looking toward the end of this kina, page 303 and 302, in this kina, this version, Oholi asher ba'avon bitzi choshchu kochvei nishpo. The luminous stars were dimmed by my selfish sin. It's our fault. Why is it forever darkened by the hands of the accursed? V'od milachofo. Whom else have you here? God, what is left of the original primeval dream of a perfect world, a world which the entire universe was one large Beis HaMikdash, and gradually became reduced by the ages. And what do you have left? Each generation has known his wrath. Al memi kolom shosolai kapo, why of all nations has God pressed his hand on me? Ripisi v'tucha ki rega biyapo. I'm confident of my cure. Laza HaKalir is always careful to end on a note of comfort. And he is comfort that rega ba'apo, God's wrath is but for a moment. The moment may have lasted hundreds of years, 2,000 years. V'yad ata, nevertheless I persist. Echo yo'iv biyapo. I persist in mourning, and I persist in confidence of a Nechama, of a consolation. This is Kino number 12. For us today, it's Kino number 1. And we'll have a brief pause before we continue. I'd like to travel with you back in time on a personal level. Not going back in time to the Meraglim or the Churban Beis HaMikdash or even to the Holocaust. I'm going back to my bar mitzvah. It's now quite a few years ago that I was bar mitzvah. And my bar mitzvah parsha was Parshas Kisisa. And at that time, my grandfathers, both of them, were alive, as well as some of my great uncles. And they all attended my bar mitzvah, and each one of them helped me understand what the Beis HaMikdash is all about. What is the significance of having a temple on a mountain, a high hill in Yerushalayim? What's its purpose? What does it signify? What does it accomplish? And they reflected upon me, especially my two grandfathers and Uncle Tisha, my grandfather's sister's husband, Tisha Rees. On the opening paragraph of that parsha, we're talking about Parshas Kisisa, the book of Shemos, Perek Lamed, Pasuk Yud Aleph, and on for several verses. V'yedaber Hashem al Moshe Lemar, God spoke to Moshe and said, Kisisa es rosh b'nei Yisrael ifkudehem. When you do a census to count the number of Jews, the b'nei Yisrael, v'nosnu ish kofer nafsho l'Hashem, each of you should give a kind of a act of forgiveness, symbol of a gift. Zeh yitnu, this is what they should give. Machatzis hashekel b'shekel hakodesh. They should each give a half shekel. Shekel is the denomination of a coin. Half of that coin. Each person should give that. Trumol Hashem, a gift to God. He'oshir lo rabeh v'hadal lo yomet. No rich person can say, I'll give 100 shekalim, full shekel. No, half a shekel. And no poor person should say, it's too much for me to give. Equality, economic equality. Ha'oshir lo yarbeh, the rich person should not increase. V'lo hadal lo yamit, and the poor person should not be stingy. Mimachatzis hashekel. And this is given, what's the purpose? What's the fund for? The fund is for avodas ohel moed. The fund is for the service of the ohel moed, of the tent of meeting, the meeting tent, the temporary holy temple in the desert. V'hoyu lifnei Yisrael lezikoron lifnei Hashem. This is something to remember. The funds raised by the Machtis HaShekel of thousands, perhaps millions of Jews, which persists, at least as a custom to this very day, usually during the month of Adar, where we give a half shekel. But the cause of it was for the funding of the Beis HaMikdash, in order to be able to afford the various sacrifices which were offered, for the maintenance of the Beis HaMikdash, etc. Everyone had to participate. And the message, as I can remember, my Zayder Chaim Yitzchak telling me, this message is, we are one people. Everyone has a chelek in the Beis HaMikdash. The rich man has no more of a portion than the poor man. Every Jew counts. Every Jew counts. It's since become one of my favorite small tractates of Mishnayos to study is the Mishnayos of Shekolim, where we get into the details of this half shekel concept. But the half shekel concept is saying, and just hear my other grandfather, Mordechai Hartman, say to me, half shekel means none of us is complete. Each of us needs the other person. We're only a half. We need someone else to be a whole. We are only whole when we are together, when we're all together. The concept behind the Beis HaMikdash is the togetherness of the Jewish people. The tragedies which befell the Jewish people came when they became divided into two nations, and one nation did not let its inhabitants even travel to Yerushalayim lest there be a unified nation. This was the sin of Yerovam ben Nevat. Severing the unity of the Jewish people, the Achdut HaLa'um, which Rabbi Bramsky phrased so well. This is what we lost. We lost this unity, this sense of togetherness, the sense of Am Echad, we are one united people. And I remember this great uncle Zisha, who lived to be well over 100 years old. We said this is the meaning of V'zeh Yitnu, Zeh Yitnu. Zeh, Zion is 7, Hey is 5, 7 plus 5 is 12. Zeh Yitnu, you're 12 tribes, but you're all one. You're all Zeh. That's the Zeh. That's the secret. The secret of the Beis HaMikdash is Jewish unity. And that's the lesson I learned at my bar mitzvah. I also remember another uncle who was a Hasidic Yid, but a bit of a cynic. And he shared this with me. He said to me, you know, it's your bar mitzvah. I thought by the time you would be bar mitzvah, it's a great uncle of mine. By the time of your bar mitzvah, Mashiach would come. After all, it's been so long. I figured, okay, Hershi, that's what he called me, Herschel, is bar mitzvah. All right, schon Zeit, it's already time for Mashiach to come. So he said to me, let me tell you something. He spoke, of course, in Yiddish. Let me tell you something about Rab Moshe Leib Sasava, one of the great Hasidic sages, early Hasidic sages. Because the story goes that Moshe Leib Sasava, when Mashiach will come, everybody will run to greet Mashiach. But Moshe Leib Sasava says, no, I won't run to greet him. I'll wait a few weeks, a few months, and then I'll go to meet him. So Mashiach will say to me, said Reb Moshe Leib Sasava, no, Reb Moshe Leib, wie bist du gewesen? Where were you? I came months ago and you finally showed up to greet me. So Reb Moshe Leib Sasava will say back to Mashiach, Oi, Mashiach, unsere. Und wo bist du gewesen? And where have you been? Where have you been all these hundreds and hundreds of years? This is some of the reflections I have of my bar mitzvah. I don't remember the menu, but I do remember the lesson. Longing for Mashiach, longing for him. Wo bist du? Where are you already? The impatience, number one. And number two, the answer. We got to first be zeh. We've got to be a unit. We have to have a consciousness of rikshay, the sense of achdut halaum, of a united nation. We are one people. Such an important lesson. You know, I want to share with you the teaching of Rabbi Moshe Avigdor Amiel, who was the chief rabbi of Antwerp and later on the chief rabbi of Tel Aviv from the 1930s until the 1940s. And he was a strong Tzioni, a strong Zionist, and one of the really founders of the Mizrahi movement, and a huge Talmud Chacham, His Sforim, his Lamdische Sforim, his Sforim on Droshos, Hegionos Elami, Droshos Elami. Very, very impressive personality. And he said something very simple. You know, we all know there are certain obligations we have which are bein odom lamokom, between man, between person, each of us, and God. That's one obligation. Another set of obligation is bein odom lachavero. We have an obligation, each of us, to our peers, to our companions, to our friends, to our spouses, to our relatives. He says there's a third. Besides bein odom lamokom, bein odom lachavero, there's also bein odom la'amo. We have obligations to our nation. We have national obligations. National obligations means participating in the development and in the defense of Eretz Yisrael in every way possible. That's bein odom la'amo. Very important lesson and one to remember. We must reflect too upon the reasons for the Churban Beis HaMikdash. Why was the Beis HaMikdash destroyed? The Gemara Maseches Yoma asks this question, and the Gemara concludes that in the time of the Bayis Rishon there were several severe sins. In the time of the Bayis Sheni there was one, and that one was sinas chinam, hatred, vain hatred, pointless hatred, silly hatred, nonsensical hatred, hatred over trivialities that tore apart the Jewish people. Sinat chinam. Hatred for no good reason. The fact that Jew hates Jew, that Jew looks down upon Jew, that one Jew disdains another, that one element of the Jewish people looks down upon another, negates them, pushes them away, demeans them, criticizes them, mocks them, makes fun of them. That's sinas chinam. And that's the underlying sin, says the Gemara Maseches Yoma Daf Tes, for the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. Let's look at one tikina now. And again, we'll follow the same method. I'll announce the kina, we'll read parts of it together, then we'll pause and you'll recite it all at your own pace, consulting the translation, and then we'll come back to our next presentation. So we'll turn now to kina number 34. It begins Yom Achpi. Yom Achpi, kina 34, can be found if you have this kina, the kina Soret Horav, co-published by OU Press, which you can, maybe it's too late, but you could have ordered it from OU Press by going on the OU website and ordering it from OU Press, or you could buy it at any Jewish bookstore. It's published by Koren Publishers, or you can go on the korenpub.com website and purchase it there. It begins, Yom Achpi Hichbadati. The day of my oppression weighed heavily upon me. Now here we have a very important author. This is no longer the writings of Eliezer HaKalir. Rather, it's the writings of Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, the great poet of Jewish history. And it's based upon the story which is told in the Gemara Maseches Gittin, Daf Mem Zayin Amud Beis, and it is reported in Tanakh, in Divrei Hayomim Beis, Perek Chaf Daled, Psukim 20 to 22. And it discusses the murder on the hands of fellow Jews of a Navi named Zechariah in the ruling of the term of King Yehoash. He was killed in the Beis Hamikdash. Yom Achpi Hichbadati. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi spells out his name. If you look at the first 5 stanzas, you would see Yud, Hey, Vav, Daled, Hey. That's Yehuda. V'yichpelu avonai. My sins were doubled. V'sholchi yad bedam novi. I killed, I murdered, I spilled the blood of a prophet, of Zechariah. B'chatzar mikdash Hashem. In the courtyard of God's temple. V'lo chisashu adomo. The earth didn't cover it. The earth refused to cover up the body until my tormentor came. The tormentor was Nebuzaradan, who was Nebuchadnezzar's chief military officer, chief general. We're talking of the first Beis Hamikdash. And the blood continued to boil until Nebuzaradan arrived. V'lo shokat adei hukam. It was not silenced until the blood was avenged. V'gam hifli flilia, and ghastly acts were performed. Hayaholech v'soer. The blood continued to seethe, the blood of the murdered Zechariah. Adbo Rav Tabochim, until the chief executioner, Nebuzaradan, came. And he came and he discovered the boiling blood and asked what this was. And they said it's the blood of the animals of the sacrifices. But he determined that this was not animal blood, this was human blood. And he realized that humans, Jews, had killed a fellow Jew, and not only a fellow Jew, but a leader of Israel, a prophet, a Navi, Zechariah. And Nebuzaradan decided to avenge Zechariah's death by killing the Kohanim, by killing men and women and children. Dokar Yeshishim Lemeos, he stabbed aged men by the hundreds. Uvachurim Leriboos, and youths by tens of thousands. Vitinoko Shel Beis Rav, he massacred school children. Ve'ene avos ravos, before the eyes of their fathers. Ve'en sheket ledam novi. But still the blood of the prophet was not silenced. Horig laharog noshim im yonkei shodayim. He continued to kill women with nursing infants. And finally, Ad noso Nebuzaradan, even Nebuzaradan, the Rav Tabochim, the master butcher, who could kill hundreds, thousands of people, finally he lifted his eyes to heaven. The Gemara said that in Maseches Gittin that eventually he became a Ger Tzedek. He converted to Judaism. But he said, Ha'ein dai ledam bivnos Yerushalayim. Is this not enough of the blood of Jerusalem's daughters? Hachola ato says Sheris Hashivya. God, will you eradicate completely the remnants of the captivity? Then v'oz shok adam noki v'cherev nokom revoya. V'cho chatani elokim. The poem ends, God, we sinned to you. This is the type of sin that we did. Not only did we not revere our leaders, revere Zechariah, recognize Zechariah, protect Zechariah, but we killed him in cold blood and couldn't even bury him properly. That's sinas chinam. That's the type of hatred that lies at the root of the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. Rachem lo ruchama hasoa rohaniya. Still unpitied. We're still in this same situation. Eineha lechasisa ve'ezroscha Sophia. We raise our hopes to you, hoping for you, God's help, your help, God's help. This is Kina 34. It's powerful. The poetry is powerful. I can't overpraise the beauty of the poem of your Yehuda Halevi. The chief poet, the Rashba and the Tshuva, says he is the Mishorer, the poet of Israel, the poet laureate of the Jewish people. He has many other poems, of course. This is one for today's Tisha B'Av. Yom Achpi. Please study it, reflect upon it, take your time, and we'll return to expand upon this topic. The previous keynote we absorbed and hopefully took in, reflected deeply upon the beautiful, powerful words of Rabbi Yehuda Halevi. Of course, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi had many beautiful, powerful words to say, to share with us to this day in his poetry, but also in the Sefer HaKuzari. He wrote a book which is a dialogue between the king of the Khazars, a pagan nation living somewhere in what I guess is today Central Asia, who was interested in exploring, because of his own spiritual search, for some other religion that would mean more to him than his pagan religion. And he searched here and he searched there, explored Islam, explored Christianity. And then finally he encountered with the Chacham, with the wise man of Israel, which is the personification of Rabbi Yehuda Halevi himself. And the whole book, I have one edition in front of me. There are many editions, many translations. He wrote it in Arabic. It was translated by some of the medieval translators. I have in front of me the Ibn Tibbon, which was a medieval rabbi who translated it. But it's kind of updated with a Dr. Tzifroni in the edition that I personally use. There are other translations. It's available in English, an excellent translation by my good friend, Rabbi Daniel Korobkin, which you may want to look at. One of the questions in this particular edition, it's on page 162, it's in Mamar Shlishi, the third section of the work. The work is a large book, and it's paragraphs 18 and 19. In paragraph 18, the Kuzari, the king of the Khazars, asks questions about the Jewish religion, questions we all have. And this is one question. Why is it that the Jewish people pray in a minyan? Why doesn't each Jew pray by himself or herself, go into a corner or go out into the woods and pray? Wouldn't that be a much more spiritual experience than meeting in a synagogue with so many, many others, and the more the better? Rov Am Hadras Melech. Wouldn't it be better to have a prayer should be a solitude, in solitude, privacy, hitbodedut, v'tiyeh nafsho zaka, where his soul would be pure, innocent, u'machshavto penuya yoser, and his mind would be clearer, without distractions. In shul, there are quite a few distractions. Omar HaChover. So the Chover, the wise man, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, answers at some length. And he said, there are many, many advantages to being part of a group, to being part of a kohol. Very, very important. Because if you pray together with others, your prayers express the wish of a large group. If you pray with a minyan, you're praying not just for yourself, but for 9 other individuals. If you pray for a large synagogue with 1,000 people davening, men and women, and you're davening for them, with them, then you're praying not just for you, but for 1,000 people. If your community has one large, huge shul, you're praying for them all. That's the lesson. And therefore, you are part of the whole, and you will take advantage ultimately in everything that is advantageous to the whole, to the group, to the klal. You may be an individual prat, but you're part of a greater nation, a unified nation. That's why we daven as a group. And he says, this is true not just of prayer. This is true of the way a nation can function. A person who joins a community, who is part of a unified nation, Motzi Ma'at, he gives only a little bit. He's only one person giving his brief, inadequate prayers. But he stands secure in the knowledge that he's part of a larger entity, namely the nation of Israel. He must have his faults, but there are others in the community, there are others in the nation who have strengths that he lacks or she lacks. There may be somebody here who's in the group who's a master of chesed, some compassionate woman who wanders around the homes in Yerushalayim and the immediate suburbs visiting women who have been widowed in this past war. I know a man who goes to hospitals every single day to visit the sick and the wounded, some quite severely, day in and day out. So if any of us lacks that type of courage and compassion, okay, we'll make it up in other ways. We'll give charity, we'll pray, we'll study Torah, because there's someone else in our group whose virtues and heroism will accrue to us. Small investment and great, great returns. Masha mekatze mimenu echad, what one person lacks, mashlimo acher. And then, v'takum hamedina v'tachlit ma sheyesh biyacholet. And then the nation can do everything possible. If we're united, we're unbeatable. V'yihiyu anosheha magiyim kulam el birchasa b'hotza'o muetes im hadin v'haskama. We will benefit from a small investment. The investment is commitment to an entire nation, to nationhood. V'yalkein, and then he quotes, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi was a well-educated person, so he quotes Plato. V'yalkein kore apalton, apalton is Plato, mashayotzi bitzad haTorah, which makes sense from a Torah perspective. Chelek hakol, we are all part of an entirety. We are not single people, we are not individuals, we are not alone, we are not one family, we are not one chasidus or one hisnagdus or one group or one denomination or one persuasion Or no, we're all one, and we are a part of that one. ובעוד שיסלם היוחד מחלק הכל והוא שיש בו תקונס ציבורו אשר הוא חלק ממנו וחושב כי יוסירנו לעצמו. If a person separates himself or herself from the community and saying, I'm not part of this group, they're not frum enough for me, or they're too frum for me, or they don't follow my way, they dress differently, they act differently, they send their kids to a different school, etc. If that's our attitude, hu chotei al hakol, you're sinning against an entire nation. You're taking on you're taking on 99.90% of the Jewish people. You're barely 1%. And you sin for yourself. You've committed a fault against everyone, and you've hurt yourself. You've harmed yourself in the process. Ki hayochid bichlal hatzibur ke'ever ho'echod michlal haguf. The individual is part of the community, is part of the nation, just like every limb is an essential part of the body. Ilu hoyo makpid hazroa al domo kishehutzrach al ha'akoza. Suppose your arm, when it needs an injection, will say, I don't want this injection, it's going to hurt. Hoyo nifsar hakuf kulo. The failure for your arm to submit to an injection, to a vaccination, is going to affect your heart, your brain, your kidneys, your intestines, your limbs, etc. Every individual must bear some pain on behalf of the nation, gam hamoves, and even be willing to die for the benefit of the nation. Gam hamoves bitzad takonas hakol, if it's going to bring repair, success, victory, peace, security to the entire nation. This is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi. Nationhood. This was for him an essential value for the Jewish people. It's interesting that Dr. Tzifroni, in his footnotes, adds a text from Rambam. I haven't mentioned the Rambam yet today. The Rambam writes in Yad HaChazaka, in Hilchos Tefillah Periches, going back to prayer. Why is prayer in a congregation, prayer with a group, prayer as part of a nation so important? Because, writes the Rambam, Tefilas hatzibur nishma'at tomid. The prayer of a group is always heard. V'yafilu hoyu bohen chotim. Even if in the congregation there are many sinners. There are people in the shul who maybe drove on Shabbos to shul. There are people in the shul who may have sinned in this way or in that way, and sometimes in very despicable ways. But if they're part of a group, the larger the group, the better. Barovam hadras melech. The larger the group, the more likely there is among the group people who have strengths and virtues which will outweigh the shortcomings of one of us. Then Ein HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moes B'Tfilas Rabim. God will not reject the prayer of the many. Lefichach tzorich Adam l'shatef atzmo im hatzibur. Person must always be part of the community. No separatists, no austritten, no they're the bad guys, we're the good guys. We're the tzaddikim, and what do they know? We're the chassidim, and they're not chassidim. We are the yeshiva bachrim, and they are rabble. No. One must be mishatef im hatzibur. Very important lesson, and what better teacher can you have than this arch-Zionist, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, who made it his business to go to Eretz Yisrael, to live there briefly, and then to die the Eretz HaKodesh. So at this point, I'd like to share with you a teaching from Rav Soloveitchik. It's a powerful teaching, and it has to do with the passage of time. From the point of view of philosophers, theologians, sociologists, going way, way back, one way to view time as being linear. Time proceeds as a line. If that's the case, we look at Jewish history, it's a line. It began with Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, and it went on. It had ups, it had its downs, more downs, few ups, more downs, etc. But it's a linear progression, straight ahead into, hopefully, the Geula Shalema, one time way into the distant future. Linear. Another view is circular. History repeats itself. Masa avos siman labonim. We're just going through the same the same sorrows, the same difficulties that our predecessors had. It's an ongoing circle, it's a cycle. Rav Soloveitchik takes a different point of view, and he takes it in a Haggadah shel Pesach known as Haggadas Mesoras Horav. We've been focusing here upon the Kinos Mesoras Horav, but there's also an edition published again by OU Press of the Haggadah of Mesoras Horav. And there we find an interesting thing. Rav Soloveitchik reflects upon the life of Rabbi Akiva and upon a teaching of Rabbi Akiva. And let me share the teaching of Rabbi Akiva with you as Rav Soloveitchik quotes it. It's a Mishnah in Maseches Elios. And the Mishnah reads, listen carefully. Hu haya omer, Rabbi Akiva used to say. I'm introducing Rabbi Akiva to you because he too is a superstar in the constellation of great Jewish leaders. Ha'av zochel leben. Every father somehow earns for his children beauty, power, wealth, wisdom, age, and also the number of generations that preceded him. So, my son has one more generation that preceded him than I had, because my father goes back X generations, I go back X plus 1, my son goes back X plus 2, his son goes back X plus 3, etc. V'hu haketz. Shenemar korei hadoros merosh. There's something about generations. Afal pi shenemar, even though the pasuk reads, Va'avodum, when Ribono Shalom appeared to Avraham Avinu in the bris bein habesorim, Va'avodum, your descendants will go into slavery. Ve'inu osam arba meo shana. They will be there for 400 years. V'nemar, and there's another pasuk which reads, V'dor revi'i yoshuvu heina. The fourth generation will return to Eretz Yisrael. 4 generations is not 400 years. There's 400 years, and there's 4 generations. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. Rav Soloveitchik asks us to imagine Rabbi Akiva's quandary. Here, the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. Rabbi Akiva lived to see the ruins, foxes wandering around the temple ruins. So he lived a good time after, a terrible time, but a long time after the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. And the Romans were not getting better, worse and worse. And a man named Bar Koziba, Bar Kochba, Dorach Kochav Miyakov decided to gather together a group of untrained, unfit soldiers without proper weaponry, without proper military training, and kind of make a little bit of a revolution. Not a little bit of a revolution, but a real revolution. Rabbi Akiva and other leaders were asked, should we support Rabbi Akiva or not? Rabbi Akiva was in a quandary. It's been such a short time since the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. We're talking about the Roman Empire, and we're talking about a band of unfit soldiers of Bar Kochba's army. Well, what's the sense in supporting them? Rabbi Soloveitchik said there's a big difference between linear time, circular time. If that's the way it is, it's a matter of time. Time marches on. Time, history repeats itself. Bar Kochba is doomed. Arba Meo Shona, take 400 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, there's no hope. But there is something that can overcome the barriers of time, and that is the generation. A generation can come which can change the course of time. It's not linear, it's not circular, it's new, a new path. And that was Rabbi Akiva's reason for supporting Bar Kochba. In the words of Rabbi Soloveitchik himself, Achein barur hadavar, it is clear, she'im hazman nimdad kamutit, if time is measured by quantity, minyan hashonim, how many years will it be until Mashiach comes? No, it's only 70 years from the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash until Bar Kochba's revolt. Tkufa Katsarahi, it's a very short number of years. The linear time is marching through. It's going to be more than 70 years. Not enough time to prepare Ha'am l'techiyah mechadash, to get a new nation, Ulevisus atzma et medinot, a sovereign nation, too soon. But if time is not measured kamutit, by quantity, but is nimdad echutit, by quality, by the quality of the human beings who are living through the moment, by the quality of you and me, of our leaders, our followers, our friends, our neighbors. If you measure by quality, the quality of the people, be'emtsot mispar hadorot, you look at the generation, not at the passage of time. Hainu lefi masha yuchlu hadorot lahatzig litzor. What can this generation accomplish? Imein hazman nimdad al yedei sha'on stam. If you don't measure time by the clock, kiyim al yedei yitzirata shaluma, but by the creative powers of a nation, you're not looking at the clock and the calendar. You're looking at the people. In this case, the people of Am Yisrael, of a unified nation. Oaz, b'shivim shana, in 70 years, yachla umma la'asot gedolot u'nitzurot. In 70 years, what could we accomplish? Look at what we've accomplished in Medinat Yisrael in the past 70 years and more. That's what a generation can do. Yachla lihiyot muchana u'mezumana u'ru'uya lecheirut u'liyatzma'ut. A nation can become free and independent. That's a lesson of such great importance. He elaborates upon this. I'm sure you've got the message. The message is, it's up to us. It's up to us to be a unified people, to declare ourselves as a door, to follow the path of Rabbi Akiva, and then we can stop the linear progression, reverse the circular progression, and march into a new cherut and atzmaut, and that's how we get the Mashiach to come. Wo bist du gewesen, Mashiach? Well, Mashiach has his answer for why he hasn't come yet, but we provide the answer. I've titled this presentation, Reliving History and Recovering Hope. Until now, I focused upon reliving history. The history of the Meraglim, the history of the Bechia Ledorot, the history of Bar Kochba. How does one regain the hope, recover the hope that's lost? We've encountered the wolf and the lion and the snake. Okay. How do we get, as we continue on our way? Remember, each generation has a way to find its own way. What's our way? I'd like to share with you bits of advice from several people. I've accumulated a whole chevra. Perhaps we can begin with a fascinating individual, another Yecheskel. I introduced you earlier to Yecheskel Abramsky. A contemporary of his was Rabbi Yecheskel Sarna. Yecheskel Sarna was a Rosh Yeshiva of the Yeshiva of Hebron. You know that the yeshiva back in Lithuania, in Slobodka, famous Musa yeshiva, by the Alter from Slobodka, by the first Naftali Tzvi Finkel, moved to Eretz Yisrael from Lithuania to the Eretz Yisrael of the 1920s and established the yeshiva in Hebron, which functioned for a number of years until there was a famous, infamous massacre of the Jews of Hebron in 1929, which included many, many students of that yeshiva in Hebron. But the yeshiva of Hebron redefined itself in Yerushalayim as the Hebron yeshiva. And after the Six-Day War, there's now a yeshiva in Hebron proper. But the yeshiva in Hebron / Yerushalayim was headed for many, many years by a man named Rabbi Yecheskel Sarna. And he has no less than 30 prescriptions for how to regain hope during this time, which concludes really with Tisha B'Av. We've been doing this for 3 weeks, Bein HaMetzorim since Shivasa B'Tammuz. I'm not going to go through all 30, but just sample a few as I turn the pages of volume 3 of his collected works. His collected works come in 5 or maybe 6 volumes now, called Daliot Yecheskel, the fetchings of Yecheskel Sarna. And this is from volume 3. And he says, here are some of the things which you got to reflect upon during these 3 weeks and in the concluding climax, Tisha B'Av, the bitter day. This is how to get forward. This is how to break out. This is how to move on. Hope. Trauma recovery. Number 1, Ahavat v'chavivut haTorah v'chovat halishma. We do expect this from a Rosh Yeshiva, but this is true for us all. To love the Torah and the obligation to study Torah for Torah's sake. This is not just an obligation upon Yeshiva Bochrim, upon Charedim, upon Datiyim. The Torah, one of my little great-grandsons is just 2 years old. One of the first songs he marches around singing is Torah, 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 Tziva Lanu Moshe, Morosha Kehilas Yaakov. Here's this little 2-year-old who's being taught. The Torah was given to us, Moshe, but it's Morosha, it's an heritage, it's a gift, Kehilas Yaakov, for the whole Kahal, for the whole nation of the Jewish people, of Yaakov. So we all have a chelik in the Torah. The Torah is for all of us, and for all of us to study it lishma. We're not studying it for rewards, for glory, for honor, even for knowledge, preferring it because Torah Tzivalanu Moshe. That's a tool for self-elevation, for spiritual growth, and yes, even for overcoming trauma. But then, number 2, right behind that, Ahavat HaBriot, being friendly to all people. Briot doesn't mean Jews, Briot means creatures, non-Jewish creatures, and perhaps even non-human creatures, animals. Love them. They're all God creatures. V'haharchaka misinat chinam umeredifata. And distancing oneself from hatred of others and from pursuing hatred of others. There are people, and I don't have to name them or list them because you all know some of them, who are given and devoted and dedicated to hatred. That's their thing. So he says, stay away from sinat chinam, from hatred, umeredifata, from being a rodef sinah, from pursuing it, looking for causes to be hateful. And of course, number 3, ahavat Eretz Yisrael, loving the land of Israel. Now, I was at the celebration sponsored by OU Israel back on Yom HaAtzmaut. I was seated together with several rabbis. And between various presentations and songs and speeches, it's a beautiful, beautiful, very inspiring evening. But all of us, the rabbis present, were all from Chutz La'aretz, one from England, several of us from the United States, one from South Africa. But we all live now in Eretz Yisrael. And we were discussing how can we bring more of our colleagues and friends and constituencies to Eretz Yisrael. There's such resistance. I mean, New York is now being, the mayor of New York is now an explicitly anti-Semitic Muslim. Okay, I mean, it's a signal that something's wrong, right? I don't want to predict anything or take political stances. So people are moving to South Florida. I mean, okay, so Florida, it's still not Eretz Yisrael. And we all have our reasons. We all have our reasons. We have family connections. We have a better parnasa, better climate, better social security benefits, better business opportunities, better schools, better universities, whatever. But we have to have fundamentally ahavas Eretz Yisrael. We love Eretz Yisrael. V'hakarat ercha, and we understand the value of Eretz Yisrael, the benefits of Eretz Yisrael, the benefits of walking the streets of Yerushalayim. V'hakarat erech hakodesh v'hamikdash, the benefits of living in the vicinity of the Beis Hamikdash, of holy sites, holy sites. He goes on with 20 such suggestions. One, he refers back to the crying, right? B'chia ledoros, we're still crying. We saw it in the Sivos, Balnasivos HaMishpot, in Palgei Mayim, has to say that b'chosiv ke balaylo v'dimoso alecha, we're still crying about, how can we ever get Eretz Yisrael and really keep it safe and secure and prosperous and friendly, etc.? How can we do that? So he offers us something to think about, to break through the hopelessness. Shelo lehitzta'er. Don't be upset. Don't give up. Don't be down. V'kol shekain shelo livkos, and certainly do not cry. Al davar she'eno ra'oi lehitzta'er. Don't cry, the restaurants in Israel are good, but they're not as good as the ones in New York. Don't cry about that. Don't cry about, I had a better position financially in Chicago than I have in Tel Aviv. Don't cry about that. There's nothing to cry about. Important piece another piece is to sing. Here it's interesting. He takes one approach. He's a Rosh Yeshiva of Hebron, but Chavi Zayda, the Modzitzer Rebbe of Shol Yedid Yelazar, would point to a pasuk in Tehillim, Kapitel Kuf Vav. Look in Psalms 106. You'll find toward the end of that Tehillim the words, Vayar batzar lohem b'sham o esri nasam. God will see our sorrows. Vayar batzar lohem. God will see what bad shape we're in, what difficulties we have, what insecurities we have, what concerns we have, what tragedies we have. When will he see this? Bishamo esri nasam, when he will hear us sing. That, of course, was the theme of the Modzitzer Rebbe and of that brand of Chassidus and of other brands of Chassidus and of the music that's sung now by so many important individuals who are bringing song to us at this very juncture in time. Rina, Shira, Zimra, very, very important. That's a tool for trauma recovery. These are just some of the ideas of Yecheskel Abramsky and of the Modzitzer Rebbe of Shol Yedid Yalota Taub. There are others which I could quote, but I want to share another Hasidic Rebbe with whom I had a somewhat of a relationship, and that's the Klosenberger Rebbe, the previous Klosenberger Rebbe, Kusiel Yehuda Halberstam, who I heard him say these words, and since then they've been printed in a anthology of his writings. And he writes about Sinat Chinam. He writes as follows. Kol zaman shehoya ahavo amitis eitzel b'nei Yisrael. When there was true love within the people of Israel, when there was no hatred between Jew and Jew. Lo shaltu bohem horishoyim. The wicked people of the world had no dominion over them. Kevon sheportzo beinehem sinas chinam. Do you know by the Second Temple times, when the Romans were besieging Yerushalayim, there were several different groups. There were those people, the Chachomim mainly, the Perushim, who said, don't fight back, we'll work out some type of a peace treaty. There were those who said, no, you got to go to war. And there were others with other points of view. And at one point, they were kind of getting along with each other, and then they started literally to kill each other. When that happened, this is all documented, by the way, in the books of Josephus, for example, very clearly and so disturbingly. Reading assignment for Tisha B'Av. Kiven sheportza b'neiam sinas chinam. Ad shechachmei Yisrael shasku v'lo hegivu koroi shemevazim odom b'Yisrael b'tzura ayuma kol kach. Until the Chachomim had the Chachmei Yisrael, the Tanoim of that time, of the late Second Temple, had to stop protesting against the zealots. Why? Because the zealots were killing ruthlessly. You couldn't face that challenge. The hatred back and forth was too much. Ain't Pella. It's no wonder that things went down, 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 down. Ad achakach od va'od, down, down. Ki ka'amor pagam b'dibur mevi pagam b'kedusha. And then the Rebbe, Klosenberger Rebbe, Zeichet Tzadik Livrocha, said, and I can just remember him saying this, of course, in Yiddish, in a talk of his I attended long ago. L'da'avonenu, how upset I am. I don't want to say this, but this is what's coming out of my mouth. That's what he said. I don't want to say this, but it's coming out of my mouth. He would make hand signals. This is coming out of my mouth. Let's look at today. He must have said this back in the early 1980s. Lefi hamatzav shalanu hayom. Let's look at today. Ein shum siba sheniska levinyan beis hamikdash. There's no reason for us to expect the rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash. Ki anu omdim ba'oso madrega shefela shahayu b'nei Yisrael lifnei hachurban. We're still at the level of the Jews before the destruction. We are no better in 1980 or 1990 or 2026 than we were then. We're still fighting with each other. Gam hayom yesh beinenu sinas chinam. Even today there is hatred between Jews. Mevaishim umevazim echad es hasheni. We embarrass each other, scorn each other, mock each other. Im kishabeis hamigdash amad al mechono gormu avono salolu l'churbano. If when the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, at that time it was destroyed because of the sins of sinas chinam, the Jews couldn't get along with each other. Kol shekain kishahu chorev. It's already destroyed. You want it to be rebuilt, and there's still hatred going on between Jews. You can't build a new Beis Hamikdash. You still have the same sins. You didn't learn. We're getting involved the same kinds of petty arguments between this sect and this group and that group, and this emphasis of religion and that emphasis on religion. And we still, can we really say mitzapim li Yeshua? We're waiting for a tshuva. At the same time, we're saying we're waiting for Yeshua, and lo mishaprim ma'asenu. We're not going to improve our deeds. In matters between each of us and our neighbors, our friends, our spouses, our children, our parents. Sosrim ma'asenu es diburenu. Our deeds contradict our speech. We're praying for all kinds of things, and we don't deserve it. We have to first improve, if not eradicate, the hatred that we bear toward each other explicitly, and sometimes even pursue it. We are rodef sinna. Instead of being like Aaron not going, we are the opposite. We're looking for causes, looking for differences, looking for things to pick upon in the other group, whichever the other group is. We're talking, though, about recovering hope. And we've outlined an approach, a spiritual growth approach, a repentance approach, which is, of course, difficult, but very, very necessary. But there's another approach written by another great man, a contemporary, and also a survivor of the Holocaust. And he is the author of the Sridei Eish, a book called the Sridei Eish, The Remnants of Fire. Now, the Sridei Eish has a lot to say. He himself was a student in Slobodka, in the yeshivas in Lithuania. He spent a good part of the Holocaust in the Warsaw Ghetto, which is not very far from Gehenna, from hell. But he survived somehow, mainly because he was a German citizen. He left Slobodka, a whole story, where he became the rector of the Hildesheimer Seminar, the yeshiva in Berlin. And because of his German citizenship, he was able somehow to escape the Warsaw Ghetto. And he settled eventually in Switzerland, and he's buried here in Eretz Yisrael, in Har HaMenuchos. His name was Yechiel Yaakov Weinberg, Zecher Tzadik Livrocha. And his books are called Sridei Eish, The Remnants of Fire, because one of his students, Rabbi Berkowitz, was able to smuggle out his manuscripts from Germany to England, eventually to Australia, and eventually to the United States, to Chicago, and to publish these manuscripts. And while he, the author, Yechiel Yaakov Weinberg, lived out his last years in Montreux, in Switzerland, he was able to write the following essay. One of his followers, who lives just a few blocks from where I'm sitting now here in Yerushalayim, by Avram Weingart was his name, published one of the works of the Tzvi or Yechiel Yaakov Weinberg, on the Haggadah Shel Pesach. And in the back of that Haggadah Shel Pesach, there are a collection of essays. One is entitled Kuntras Eis Dodim, the time for lovers to get together. And he writes a lot about recovering from trauma. And this is a man who went through trauma. He had a difficult life in many ways. He was imprisoned in the Warsaw Ghetto. His favorite student in Switzerland was killed in a car accident very young. He lived a difficult life. But he has this suggestion. Now, I mentioned earlier in explaining the system of our presentation today that available online at this moment on Tisha B'Av Day, you can access the supplemental booklet of readings that I've prepared with the absolutely essential assistance of Mrs. Yocheved Goldberg. And there you will find various sections, Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, etc. Roman numeral 3 is readings, and there you will have some of the readings that I shared with you already and will share again in the next hour or so. And this is reproduced there. So you can read it even this moment if you can access it quickly. But this is very powerful and so helpful from a therapeutic point of view. Remember, for a long time I was a psychologist with a PhD and a practice, and etc. So it makes sense psychologically as well as spiritually. Kol Adam ben Chorin, every free person, ein cheruto muchletet u'shlema. You think you're free? Nobody is totally free. We are free and enslaved at the same time. Hinehu evedu ben chorin bevat achat. Because that's the way we are. We're internally conflicted. However, b'chevyon nafsho panima, in the depths of our souls, inside ourselves, internally, mistatrim kochot eitanim, are hiding powerful energies, asurim ba'azikim, which are chained, bounded and chains, umishubadim, they're suppressed, v'nirtzaim le'ezo nimtza mishabed kamus, and they are subject to the pressures of some hidden sense of obligation. Within each of us, there's something hidden deeply, something very powerful. We are not totally ourselves, and we're not capable of Yetzirah Gedolah, of great creations. Kol zman shekochot chavuyim elu kivulim. As long as these hidden powers are stifled. Ki ein Yetzirah, creativity comes from the hitgalut chofshit shel kochot haseser halalu. Creativity in interpersonal relations, in self-healing, creativity in every way. Any type of creativity within us, you must first loosen up these hidden energies. Et hakavalim hanafshiyim, these hidden changes, and free them. Free the Adam Panimi, free the inner self, and then you become free. V'hu hadin v'yisurim. This is true especially for suffering. Suffering. Yotzrim heim halach nefesh chadash ba'adam. Suffering helps free these hidden powers. V'yalkein amru chazal. This is what our sages mean when they say, Yisurin memarkin avonotav shel adam. Suffering softens the sins, weakens, diminishes our sins, the suffering of our sins. Yisurim is like a repentance. A new neshama is born and comes into this world. Kochot chadashim chorgim min hamasker. New strengths emerge from the prison of our inner self under the pressures of suffering. Umahapchin et havaya hakodemet. They transform the previous existence. Nimtzinu lemedim et hakoach ha'otzum sheyesh b'chol ish Yisrael. We therefore learn about the powerful energies that are within every Jewish person. Af b'matzav shabo nireh ki ha'yehudi chasar yesh alachlutim. Imagine mothers, spouses, children of soldiers killed in battle in recent times, as recently as just a few days ago. Imagine what they go through. But they have to become aware gradually, slowly, that there are inner powers that are awakening, and they're awakening because the suffering frees them towards creativity, towards creative approaches to continue in life and to move forward. There is a place in your soul where you have one ribon, one master. And you're totally free, absolutely free. Nothing can stop you. Havayomer. There are happenings, there are events in life over which you have no power. But, l'chol adam yesh merchav nafshi, there is an inner part of your soul, a certain section of your soul, shehu levado hashalit bo, which only you have mastery over, no one else. V'etzem shmirat hashlita ba'oto merchav. Just being able to have power over that space within you that's been buried so long, to free that up, that's up to you. Yesh la zika v'hashlacha al hametziut hachitzonit. And this has an effect upon the reality of your present experience. Hein klape shmaya, both with regard to heaven, v'hen klape adam, and both in terms of human relations. The powerful words are kind of a different take than I shared with you earlier of Rav Sarna and the Klosenberger Rebbe and others. When we speak about overcoming trauma, I want to mention the works of two women, very different women. One who passed away just months ago. Her name was Edith Eger, E-G-E-R, and she wrote a book called The Return. Dr. Eger was a survivor of the Holocaust. She wrote about her experiences in the Holocaust, which are tearjerkers all the way. But she found this inner space of which Rav Weinberg speaks, or the Sridei speaks, the inner space. And that inner space changed her. She came to the United States of America. She educated herself as a psychologist. She became an expert in trauma recovery, in healing and in hope. She wrote many books. One of them, really a bestseller, which I recommend to you highly, called The Choice, the choices that she made in life. Her name was Edith Eger, Aleha HaShalom. She just passed away months ago in the United States, in San Diego. There's another work by two women who are colleagues of ours, Dr. Batya Ludman, L-U-D-M-A-N, and Mrs. Gina Junger, J-U-N-G-E-R, who've recently written a book, which I recommend to each and every one of you for help in dealing with loss and trauma and disappointment, and also for help in understanding the Jewish way in mourning and grief and overcoming mourning and grief and moving ahead. The title of their book is just recently published by Koren, and it's entitled The Jewish Journey Through Loss, From Death to Healing. I recommend both of these works, both by two very different types of women. One, a Holocaust survivor, relatively, what should I say, relatively indoctrinated by the American culture and by her education in psychology, and two pious Jewish spiritual women, both masterful professionals, one in Jewish education and one in trauma and loss. Dr. Batya Ludman, Ludman, and Gina Junger, Junger, The Jewish Journey Through Loss, From Death to Healing. Let's move on now to another kina, to another lamentation. And again, we turn to the book that we treasure here, namely the Sefer Kinos Misoret Torav. Once again, I encourage you, can't say urge you, it's up to you, it's your choice. I encourage you to make use on Tisha B'Av of this particular edition, the one I'm holding. Of course, I have a bias because the keynote, I personally was the translator of these keynotes, and I'm proud of what I did, although over the years I've been subject to wishing I changed some of the language here and there, but it's too late now. The book is out for about 10 or 15 years. It's called the Lookstein edition, Keynote Misoret Torav, and it is co-published by OU Press, and Koren publishes Yerushalayim. And we turn now to a very interesting kino, which is kino number 23, the S Novi, kino 23. I know I'm jumping around in the numbers, but so be it. Kino 23. The story here is beyond tragic. The story is reported in the Gemara, Maseches Gittin, Daf Nun Ches Amud Aleph. There's various versions of this kina. Generally, you find that the kina here the author of the kina is unidentified or unknown. I note that Rav Soloveitchik in his commentary feels that the name of the author of this kina is Yechiel, and he proposes that it might have been, he was definitely an Ashkenazi poet. You can see from the style that he wasn't Rabbi Yehuda Halevi from the poetic literary perspective, but he was Ashkenazic. And Rav Soloveitchik writes, quote, he may have been Rabbi Yechiel of Paris, whom we may encounter later in this presentation. And the story is a fascinating one. Many, many prisoners of war were taken by the Romans after they destroyed the temple. And in ensuing years. And these prisoners were taken as slaves. The story here is about two, a man and a woman, young man and young woman, a young handsome man and a young beautiful woman. And they were taken captives. It happened that they were both, and they didn't know that each didn't know that the other was taken captive, but they were both imprisoned in some dark dungeon. Both were the son and the children, the son and daughter of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol. And along came, the boat landed, the dark dungeon was parked by the dock of the ship, somewhere in Italy. And the slaves were up for sale. And along came two Roman people who were interested in the slave market. And they said, there's two slaves in this dungeon, a man and a woman. Why don't you buy the man and I'll buy the woman? So I'll have this male slave and you'll have this female slave. And we'll put them together, and they'll breed like cattle, and we'll divide the offspring. We'll go into business together. I'll have the male, and you'll have the female, and they'll replicate and produce other children, and we'll have more slaves. Sounds like a fine deal. And of course, the two, brother and sister, not knowing that the brother didn't know that it was his sister jailed with him, and the sister didn't know that her brother was jailed with her. And they're sitting in the dark, and it's nighttime, and they're both bemoaning their fate. And he says, "Oh, how can I, the son of the Kohen Gadol, be married off to some slave girl?" Oh, terrible. And the woman was saying to herself, "How can I, the daughter of the Kohen Gadol, be married off to some slave boy?" Terrible. What's happening here is what nowadays we would call the identity crisis. Who am I? Am I a person of great nobility, the son and possibly the successor of Yishmael Kohen Gadol? Or am I a slave? I'm a prisoner. I'm good for one thing only, to copulate and to reproduce. And the girl may be going through her change of identity. Here I am, a princess, an Isha Tsanua, and I'm going to no longer be that. I'm going to be a slave girl, a maidservant, subject to who knows what type of tortures and perversions and who knows. Identity challenge. This is the theme in the story, as adequately as I can reproduce it, of this kina. Let's just sample some of the paragraphs. V'es novi, my temple. Chatosi hishmima, my sins destroyed it. And I mourn. V'yom zeh nehi nihiya orima, I raise a woeful cry. V'hahima miyamim yamima, and I mourn from year to year. So it's Tisha B'Av. And I mourn many things: the destruction of the temple, the slaughter of so many Jewish people, the exile, the slavery, avo, ovel, leiv, v'nichum chodol, chodol, but with an aggrieved heart, impossible to console. My pain is unique. Al bein uvas Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol, over the son and daughter of Rabbi Yishmael the high priest. Zichrom yakol bilvavi osima, their memory is like a fire in my heart. V'yahima miyamim yamima, and I mourn from year to year. I don't only mourn the general catastrophe, the loss of nationality, the loss of the land, the destruction of the temple, the murder of so many, the enslavement of so many others. I think of these two individuals. Eis Nishbu were held captive in the possession of two different masters. The story is retold. And the deal is struck between the two would-be slave masters. And each one is mourning. One lamented, Zeh yispod, bikod levov yimseh, with a feverish and melted heart. Nina Haron, a grandson of Aaron. Eich l'shifcha yehi nosei, marry a slave girl. V'hi gam hi, and she too, tiyelel betigras shoseh, wailed because of a villain's transaction. These two slave masters, these two no-goodniks, my Rabbi would say, not knowing the English word for a villain, a no-goodnik. Will daughter of Yocheved marry a slave? Oy kizos gazar omer v'oseh. Woe that he, capital H, has thus decreed. v'yahima yamim yamima. I mourn from year to year. Or boker, then it dawned, break of dawn. Zeh ezeh kihikrivu. They recognized one another. And they overpowered each other, crying, Hoyochi, v'hoyochos. Oh, brother, oh, sister. V'nischabku yachad, they embraced, and clung to each other. Ad yotzo nishmasam b'neshima, until their souls departed with one last breath. Again, Soloveitchik speculates that they both committed suicide. Albeinu vas, for the son and the daughter, mispaid rav anehima, I will deliver a powerful lament, v'yahima miyamim yamima, and I mourn from year to year. Something to mourn about in that image. However, when one brings up the issue of identity, to me, as I shared with you, I've had a lifelong interest in the professional education and career in the field of psychology. And although I changed careers at the time of my midlife crisis long ago, I became a pulpit rabbi. I'm still intrigued by this idea, which has become everyday language. Identity. Changing one's identity. And you can change your identity in many ways. You can change your identity from spiritual to material, or from material to spiritual. You can change your identity from lover of peace to battlefield commander, or vice versa. You can these days change your gender identity from male to female or female to male. Who are you? Who am I? This question which tortured all of us, at least in our adolescence, who am I really am? Who am I? Well, that's the issue of identity, which is one of the fascinating psychological issues of our time. Who are we? Who are I as an individual? Who are we as a people? Who is the enemy? Who are we? What are we? This crisis of identity is one of the lesser explored consequences and tragedies of the Holocaust. Every individual who went through the Holocaust, certainly the 6 million who perished, who were killed, but even the survivors, and even the witnesses, and even those of us who are alive at the time of the Holocaust, but safe in Brooklyn. Our identities were affected by the Holocaust, one way or the other, and we have to look deeply inside of ourselves to understand how the Holocaust affected us. I must say for myself that it affected me through the teachings, by example, and by mentoring of two women. One was a woman whose name was Yitta Leah Kriegel, and she was my great-grandmother, my mother's mother's mother, whom I was privileged to know, obviously from the time I was born. I was named Tzvi Hersh after her husband, whose name was Tzvi Hersh, who died about 2 years before I was born. But she lived until I was about 10 years old. And I knew her on a daily basis growing up. My parents lived a short distance from where she lived with my grandparents, with her daughter. And she treated me like you should treat a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 5-year-old, an 8-year-old. And there's one experience that I remember from as far back as I can remember. I was the oldest of her grandchildren, great-grandchildren. And the second eldest was my cousin, whose name was Mati, a woman, Mati Brummer, who lives now in Toronto. And the two of us, of course, were her favorites. We were her oldest, and she could play with us and play little games with us and cook and bake for us. And what I remember, and I'm sure Mati remembers it too, when there were several evenings when she would invite us to join us as it was getting dark with shkia, with sunset. She would sit down, prepare for herself some type of a oatmeal with a lot of milk and cream in it. I don't know what it was called. And she sprinkled it, I remember, with cinnamon, which then didn't come in fine powder, but came in little clumps of cinnamon. And this was our treat. Some years later, maybe I was already 8 or 9 years old, shortly before she died when I was 10 years old. Or maybe someone told me this after she passed away. My grandmother came to the United States long before the Holocaust, but she never left Galicia. She was a Yiddish woman. She only spoke Yiddish. She wore a babushka all the time. She wore, to say the least, extremely simple tznius clothing down to her ankles. She learned Senerena, studied Senerena to learn the Parsha every week. She said Tehillim all the time. She was able to read Yiddish fluently, and she read classic works in Yiddish translation. Extremely interesting woman. She had studied in some type of a school, pre-Beis Yaakov years back in Galicia. This was who she was. And she knew something was happening in Europe, something terrible. Somewhere along the line, 1942, 43, she began to realize exactly what was happening in the Holocaust. Not every Jew in the United States of America saw as clearly as she did. She knew that her family that was left behind was probably gassed or butchered or drowned or tortured and gone. And she prayed. And what she did is she accepted upon herself to fast every Monday and Thursday and break the fast every Monday and Thursday evening. And she did that, in my estimate, I have no one to check this out with a fact check. I think she did it until the day she died. Fasted every Monday and Thursday, said her kapitel Tehillim and Tchinas, special prayers, whatever she said, I don't know. What I do know is that every Monday and Thursday, we were told, or our parents were told, bring Heshenu and Matenu to me because I'm having my little Monday night breakfast or Thursday night breakfast. And then she, quote, spoiled us with this creamy porridge and I don't know what else we drank in those days. Borscht, maybe. And of course we loved it. It was only the two of us and we called her Babu. Like Bobby, but Babu we called her. And she obviously taught me a lesson. Subconsciously, I don't know what I was experiencing as a very, very young child, but I knew something was going on. And of course, to this day, I build upon that image of fasting every Monday and Thursday by a 90-plus-year-old woman, thousands of miles away from the actual Holocaust, but living it daily, and expressing it through prayer and through fasting. Unbelievable. She was mentor number one. Much later, fast forward many years, and I am a rabbi in Shomrei Emunah of Baltimore, and among the couples in the shul were two Holocaust survivors, Werner and Hilda Cohen. Werner was saved from the Holocaust by the Kindertransport. As a young child, he was transported from Germany, 1937-38, to England, Great Britain, and survived, came to America, etc. Hilda Cohen was my mentor about the Holocaust. Hilda was born in Frankfurt, Germany. In Frankfurt, Germany, then, there were two Jewish communities. Rav Shimshon Raphael Hersh came in the middle 1800s to Frankfurt. He was not satisfied with the condition of Jewry then, Frankfurt being historically a very, very Jewish town. And he decided that to remake the Jewish community of his time, he had to do what was called Austritt. He had to separate himself from reform, from unobservant Jews, and build his own kehillah, which he built and cultivated in his own derech, Torah and derech eretz. And he had a community, a shul, and a cemetery just for his community, and a school, etc., etc. But at the same time, the original community of Frankfurt went back centuries and centuries, pre-Crusades. There were Jews well, not by pre-Crusades, but certainly just post-Crusades. There was a Jewish community in Frankfurt, and a large Jewish community. And where they were religiously was obviously not to Rav Hersh's standards. But they remained a Jewish community. And there were many observant Jews who stayed in that community and never knew, if they were young, never even knew that there existed another community in Frankfurt that was the Hershian community, the Torah and Derech Eretz community. And they had a Rav who was a Talmid Chacham and a pious man in his own right, and she went to her own Jewish school, etc., etc. So much so that when after the Holocaust, and she came to the United States of America, and they told her that the community of Rav Hersh was recreated in Washington Heights in Manhattan and was led by Rabbi Breuer, she didn't know what they were talking about. She said, there was no such community in Frankfurt when I grew up. What are you saying? Because she experienced what to her were the negative results of Austritt. Now we can argue, was it a good move on Rav Hersh's part or not? I'm not going there. Rav Hersh did what he had to do, and others had to do what they had to do. Eventually, she received some type of her certificate as a young woman, at 17, 18 years old, as being somewhat qualified as a teacher of Jewish studies by the old community of Frankfurt. But the Germans came, and they didn't distinguish between this group and that group of Jews. A Jew is a Jew, and they shipped her off to the ghetto of Lodz. She spent years in the ghetto of Lodz, 1940, 41, 42, 43, 4 years. And then she was shipped to Auschwitz. And she was part of the group that was shipped on a train from Auschwitz out back to Germany, and that's how she survived the Holocaust. Eventually, she came to the United States, came to Baltimore, married Werner. They have family now, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, since both passed away. But as I came to know Hilda Cohen, she told me about her story, which I briefly summarized with you now. But here is her description of what life was like in Lodz. And this is Hilda Cohen writing in a book that she wrote and published in English. She wrote part of it in German, part of it in English. She shared it with me. I must say I spent quite some time with Hilda one-on-one, listening to her ideas, her stories, her hopes. When she passed away, when she was dying in a hospice, I would visit her regularly, and she just encouraged me to go on studying and preaching and teaching and sharing with people her experiences and what the Holocaust really was all about. But to speak about the difficulties of identity that she suffered, amazing. Here's what she writes. This is a woman who grew up in normal circumstances in Frankfurt till late teens. And now she's in the ghetto of Lodz, a big city in Poland. One lived from day to day, the whole time, almost 4 years. One had no sense of tomorrow. If you had a meal today, you lived today. You couldn't really plan for tomorrow. I had no idea what time of the month it was. I had no calendar, no newspaper, and no idea. It was timeless, like we lived on an island all by ourselves. There's no other world. It was like an island under siege, and the enemy was right in front of the door and could come in any time. You just had to survive another day. She shared with me the challenges that that experience had for her identity. And she shared with me in great detail the challenges she had to identify to herself what it meant to be a woman, let alone a Jewish woman, what it meant to be a woman. Women, as she explained to me, were, to say the least, second-class citizens in Lodz. Lodz was a ghetto. It was a man's world. If there was food to be had, the man would have it. Women suffered in ways that men didn't. To be gentle about it. And how was she to redefine herself as a woman? And how was she to redefine herself as a Jewish woman? And how should she redefine herself as a totally frum woman who was going to send her kids to yeshivot, etc.? How was she going to evolve, to modify that identity from the way it was? How was she to live with this recognition that there was, in the eyes of most of the Jews that she met in the United States, oh, you're from Frankfurt, oh, you're a Yeke, a Hershian. She never heard the term Yeke, she never heard the term Hershian, and she had to define herself, a matter of identity. There's another individual who I'd like to just say a bit about. There's so much to say about him. Someone else who passed away in recent months. I mentioned Edith Egger, who passed away in this past April, 2026, in California. In Israel, Shlomo Breznitz, Breznitz, Shlomo, passed away April 2026. Shlomo Breznitz was a child. He was born in 1936. He died at age 89, just recently. He was born in what is today, I guess, Slovakia, Romania, etc. His parents were on the border of religious Judaism, but they raised him, of course, to be a practicing Jew, celebrating the holidays, in some ways celebrating Shabbat as well. And then what happened. And Slovakia was Nazified. Germans were all over. And what do you do with two little kids? Him and a little boy and his older brother Yehudit, a woman, girl. And they decided that they had a way out. And that way out was to convert to Christianity. So they went to the local, bishop, and asked him to baptize them. And they, father and mother, and Shlomo and his sister Yehudis, were baptized. They were trained in the various basic prayers of Catholicism, Roman Catholicism, and they were Christian. But you couldn't escape Hitler just by saying that you converted to Christianity. The Nazis were not impressed by that. And she realized that the father realized, what are we going to do with these kids? So they took these kids to the local Catholic convent. And there, they were turned away by the Franciscan sect of nuns and Catholicism. They wouldn't accept these little orphans. So they went to another convent, the convent of St. Vincent, and in a small town. And there, the mothers of the convent, the chieftain of the convent, Aim Haminzar, the mother of the convent, the monastery, took them in. She said, we're a place for orphans, we'll take them in and we'll protect them and we won't tell that they're Jewish. And they came, and of course they already were trained somewhat in Catholic beliefs and Catholic prayers and Catholic practices, and so they kind of fit in. And that's where they were. I tell the story of Shlomo Bresnitz because he wrote the story himself in a book which is called Sedot Zikaron, Memory Fields, Fields of Memory. It's translated into English. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he wrote it in Ivrit, and it was translated into English, but perhaps the reverse. But I read it. I read it in Hebrew, and it's available in English. Go on whatever, Amazon, Google, look for Memory Fields by Bresnitz, Breznitz. You'll come across a book that will teach you what an identity crisis is all about, and the context being the Holocaust. One fine day, the bishop who converted the family to Catholicism in the first place came to the convent and went to the Mother Superior and asked him if he could meet with the little boy, Shlomo, who was then 8 years old. This is 1944, something like that. He would have been 8 years old then. By this time, he was very, very bright. I'll tell you the rest of the story soon. You'll see just how bright he was. By the way, he wrote many, many books, which are all available in English translation. So you look on Google for Bresnitz, and you'll find a lot about his books, and you can read all about him. I'll tell you a bit soon. But first, the key story. The key story is this. He was called to the interview with the bishop and the Mother Superior, who was very friendly and loving to the boy, and another nun, who's just called Non Kuf, Non K, because he doesn't even tell you her name, who was kind of not so friendly to him. So he had to appear before those three in a room. He describes this in some gory detail. By this time, he had learned not only the basic simple prayers that children learn when they're Catholics, but he knew all the prayers because they went to church every morning, and he knew by heart all the Latin prayers in Latin, and he was starting to learn. He's a brilliant boy, an Eloi, a genius, a very, very bright 8-year-old. He just remembered everything he heard in church. The bishop was concerned that the Nazis would come, and they would kind of suspect who these kids are. They'd suspect something, or somebody would tip them off that there were Jewish kids there. And they would test the kid and say, okay, do you know the Catholic prayers? Say them in Latin. So the bishop said, let me see if this kid could pass the test. So he started to tell him, can you say the prayers? The bishop literally fell off his chair. This kid was able to recite verbatim the whole davening, all the prayers, the morning prayers and the evening prayers and the special prayers for Christmas, etc., all in Latin, and he knew what it meant in whatever language they spoke then in Slovakia. He knew it all by heart. So the bishop says to him, okay, you go into this side room and close the door, and we'll discuss what we're going to do with you. Imagine this poor kid. He never found out until moving ahead a year and a half or so. His parents, during this time, that he and his sister were in the convent, being protected, fairly well. The parents were shipped off to Auschwitz. One day, one quote, fine day, the mother returns, not looking the same at all. She has been through the hells of Auschwitz, but she returned to the hometown, but she didn't want her kids to see her bedraggled, scarred, thin, hair color changed, etc. So she sent a shliach, she sent a young woman to go and say, please come to meet me at what used to be our home. And they went there, but she sat in the dark so they couldn't quite see who she was. And then she told, number one, many stories. One story was when her and her husband came to Auschwitz, they came off the train, and in the same train were all the Jewish kids who were held in the Franciscan convent. Her kids were denied the convent. And now these kids, had they been put into the Franciscan convent, they would have been, within moments, burned in the furnaces of Auschwitz. So what happened was the convent of the St. Vincent any better? They didn't know. So they didn't know if their kids were still alive or not. And their kids didn't know if they were still alive or not. The father never returned. The mother, to her dying day, waited for him to come. She died 20, 30 years after the Holocaust, still expecting him to come in the door one day. Never returned. By this time we know he never will return. But she was there. And she told them various stories. The one I just told you about what happened to the Jewish kids from the Franciscan convent. There were ashes in Auschwitz. But she also told him what the bishop told her. Because when the bishop found out that she returned alive, he went and told her, your son and your daughter are alive and they're in the convent of St. Vincent. And they're well. And they survived because I was so impressed by your son. An 8-year-old boy could know by heart the entire corpus of the prayer book of the Catholic Church in Latin and in the translation in Latin. I looked at this as being what you Jews would call, he used the Hebrew word, nes. It's a miracle. This is not normal. This kid, there's a legend, there was a legend, is a legend among Catholic clergy, or at least Catholic nuns, that the Pope, in the final days before the return of the Messiah, the final Pope will be a Jew converted to Catholicism. I suspect, said the bishop, that this boy, your son, is that Pope. And I therefore gave orders, protect him in every single way you can, protect his sister, and there were 2 other Jewish children in the convent. Protect them, because only through protecting them can you protect this boy. We want to make sure, or else we're going to be held accountable before the throne of the Lord, because we had a hand in not protecting this Jew turned Christian, turned Catholic Christian, turned Pope. And that's the way he survived. You talk about an identity crisis. So this young boy and his mother and his older sister Yehudis eventually left Slovakia and came to Eretz Yisrael. Shlomo came to Eretz Yisrael. What he did with his Christianity and Catholicism, obviously, that was number 1 on his list of identity issues to deal with. But he went to school, he went to university, he went to Hebrew University, he majored in psychology, he became the first doctorate in psychology given in the state of Israel. Brilliant person. He wrote books about psychology. He doesn't write about this in this book because he wrote this book long before we ever heard the initials AI, artificial intelligence, but he was one of the first people to have a glimmer of an idea of what artificial intelligence could be. And he foresaw this in the 1990s, that's 30 years ago. 30 years ago, he was able to anticipate something that would be able to handle the cognition of the human being and put it into electronic form in some way that's, believe me, is way above my head. AI is, for me, over my head. And he wrote many, many interesting books, including one called Cry Wolf, What Makes People Spread False Lies. Interesting book, very relevant. I recommend the book. He became a member of the Knesset. He was close to Olmert. He quit the Knesset after a while. Politics wasn't for him. And he went into his own business, developing methods of increasing intelligence and cognition. He became a guest lecturer at, you name the university that comes to mind, and he lectured there, sometimes had sabbaticals there. Stanford, Yale, Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, on and on, on and on. A brilliant, brilliant person. But he worked his whole life to change his identity, to define himself as to who he was as a Jew, as an Israeli Jew, as a psychologist, as a survivor of the Holocaust, as, quote, a would-be pope. You talk about changes of identity. This is a whole aspect of the Holocaust that needs to be discussed in greater detail than I can do it here. I recommend to you, and it's on your list of books that you might want to read, a book by a man named Kenneth Jacobson. The book is entitled, with a beautiful title that fits, Embattled Selves. This man, who himself had zero knowledge of his Jewish background, culture, anything, but who became fascinated with Jews who had gone through the Holocaust through these kinds of experiences, having been raised in a Christian environment, having been adopted by Christian families, having been exposed to this or that or the other thing which challenged one's Jewish identity, and that's how they stayed alive through the Holocaust one way or the other. He has hundreds of examples of such people that he interviewed, and he includes about 40 of them in this book. Read the book and you'll see what an identity crisis really means and how various people resolve these crises for themselves. Not all did it in the same way. Personally, this has become something that, especially in recent years, I've become fascinated with it. Because I know so many people who one way or the other were affected by the Holocaust. And how did that affect their persons, their identity? My dear father-in-law, of Shalom, Rabbi Yitzchak Taub, Zichrona Livrocha, he was the son of the Modzitzer Rebbe. Modzitzer Rebbe had a kingdom, a princedom in Warsaw, the Warsaw neighborhood in a town called Otwock. He was a Rebbe of Modzitz. He was a composer of hundreds, thousands of nigunim, some of which each of you listening to this presentation are familiar with. And his son Yitzchak, not even his oldest son, but he was the son who kind of ran the show. Every good Rebbe needs someone to handle things, to make sure everything is done right, to order what has to be ordered for the tish, to make sure that the seating is done properly, etc. And that was my father-in-law when he was in Poland before the Holocaust. And they escaped the Holocaust, and that's a story for another time, but they came to the United States, and eventually the Rebbe, his father, came to Eretz Yisrael, and we are descendants of his, and we're here of Eretz Yisrael, and there was a thriving Hasidus of Modzitz and Kuzmir in various places throughout the land of Israel and in the United States as well. Survivors. But my father-in-law was challenged. He came to the United States. Being a Rebbe's son meant nothing except trying to schnorr some money so that his father could be supported by it. And he went into business, and he was successful in business. But he changed his personality for sure. He had an identity crisis. He no longer wore a shtreimel. He wore a regular suit with a tie. He learned to speak English and to read English fluently. He had a different worldview. He still had part of the old Modzitz, of the old Varsha, of the old Atrosk and what it once meant. But he also knew that 80%, 90% of the Hasidim he knew in Warsaw, in the Warsaw area, were up in flames in Treblinka or in Auschwitz or in Majdanek. And he changed. He Americanized in certain ways. It's interesting that when our oldest daughter was engaged to be married, so we had a kind of a kiddush a party in the lawn, I think it was, in Baltimore where we lived then. And my father-in-law asked to speak, my father-in-law, and he spoke about what he had gone through. Never thought when he was escaping from the Nazis and the whole adventure. And here he was by the engagement of a granddaughter. And he said the speech in Yiddish. And my younger daughter, who was then 12 years old, something like that, came over to him and said, Zaidi, when you speak about the Holocaust, you must, to us Americans, you must speak to us in English, not in Yiddish. We don't really understand Yiddish. You have so much to say about the Holocaust, about what you went through, and about how you changed. Tell us a story in English. From that point on, whenever he spoke about the Holocaust, he resorted to English so that his American children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren could hear the story that he had to tell. Part of that story was his struggle with identity. We're pausing now. You can take as long as you want for the pause. When you're ready, turn it back on. We will continue with our next kino. We'll continue now, having just spoken a bit about Holocaust and identity issues. I want to remind you, the viewer, that you have available today access to the supplemental booklet or booklet of supplemental readings on your computer that you should be able to access. And there you will find, among other things, the texts of some of the material that is not in the Kinnis booklet, but which I thought was important enough to include. We may not get to it in this presentation, but you can consult these sources yourself. Having just mentioned something about identity, I'd like to share with you a poem by a very interesting woman who's known in the world of Hebrew poetry as Zelda. Zelda, as it happened, was a poet. I never knew her, but she was a poet who lived not too far from where I'm sitting now in Yerushalayim and Talbiyah. So if you can follow me in the poem, and in the translation. And it's that's something poetic, but very meaningful about identity. And how does one define one identity? Who are we really? And we looked at it from various perspectives. We saw the Sri Dayesh, who says if you look deeply within yourself, you'll find power to do all sorts of very, very creative moves in your life that will affect your identity. We studied about the Shlomo Breznitz. By the way, neglected to mention earlier, eventually became the rector and the president of Haifa University. So he's quite an important person, and this is all part of his identity. He went from the would-be Jewish pope to all sorts of glory as a psychologist and as a president of an Israeli university. Let's hear what Zelda has to say. This is the poem, and I hope I've given you time enough to find it in the booklet, which is accessible on your computer. The title of her poem is L'chol ish yesh shem. Everyone has a name. In other words, we all have identities, and she's about to tell us we have many, many identities. L'chol ish yesh shem. Each of us has a name. Shenosan lo Elohim is one given by God. God gave us an identity. V'nosnu lo aviv v'imo, and given by our parents. Our parents gave us an identity. L'chol ish yesh shem, shenosnu lo komoso v'ofen chiyucho. We all has a name that's given to us by our stature and our smile. V'nosan lo ha'orig, and given by us ourselves to what we wear. L'chol ish yesh shem. Each of us has a name. Shenosnu lo hehorim, a name that's given to us by the mountains. V'nosnu lo kisolov, and that's given to us by our walls. Our walls give us a name. L'chol ish yeshem shenosnu lo hamazolos. Each of us has a name given to us by our stars in heaven. V'nosnu lo shechenov. We have a name given to us by our neighbors. L'chol ish yeshem shenosnu lo chato'ov. Each of us has a name given to us by our sins. Our sins have caused our identity. V'nosna lo kimioso. And we have an identity given to us by our kimios, our longings, our wishes. L'chol ish yeshem, each of us has a name, shenosnu lo sona'ov, that our enemies have given us. Our enemies have given us lots of names. V'nosnu lo ahavoso. And we have a name given to us by our love. L'chol ish yeshem shenosnu lo chagov. Each of us has a name given to us by our chagim, our celebrations. V'nosnu lo malachto. That's given to us by our work. L'chol ish yeshem shenosnu lo tekufot hashana. Each of us has a name given to us by the seasons of the year. V'nosnu lo ivrono. And also, that's given to us by our blindness. We're blind in certain ways, sometimes consciously, and that helps define us too. L'chol ish yeshem shenosan lo hayom. Each of us has a name given to us by the sea. V'nosan lo moso. And given to us by our death. The poem by Zelda. I'd like to move on now to a kinnah. And this is a kinnah composed by a man named Meir ben Yechiel. We don't know too much about him. However, it's kinnah number 21, and it's called Arzei Halevanon. Kinnah 21. Again, my apologies for turning back and forth from one kinnah to another. And kinnah 21 can be found on page 414 and 415. The kinnah is entitled Arzei Halevanon, which means cedars of Lebanon. And this is a kinnah, moving on chronologically from the destruction of the first Beis HaMikdash, the second Beis HaMikdash, and then a certain time period thereafter, leading to the conquest or the failure of the rebellion of Bar Kokhba. During the rule of the Romans, immediately after or during the Churban Bayis Sheni, and lasting on for quite some time, was their murder of Jews in general, but especially of the Arzei Halevanon, of the great masters of Talmudic fame, masters of the Torah, Arzei Halevanon. And in this poem, which we have here in front of us and we recite on Tisha B'Av, there's a similar poem, not written as a kinnah, but written more as a slicha, a prayer for forgiveness, which we recite on Yom Kippur during the Avodas Yom HaKippurim. And it lists 10 individuals. The most famous, perhaps, of all of them was Rabbi Akiva. But this kinnah, which I will encourage you to examine on your own during the upcoming pause, after I introduce you to one of the victims of these 10 Haruge Malchus, Asora Haruge Malchus, or Aseret Haruge Malchus, the 10 sages who were martyred by the Romans in the middle of the 2nd century, Christian era. And it defines exactly who they were, Gibore Koach, powerful heroes, but Damam Nishpach Kamayim, their blood spilled like water. Hinam Kedoshei Haruge Malchus Asora. They are the 10 martyrs, by the kingdom of Rome. V'al eila ani bochia, we cry for them. V'eini nigra, our eyes flow with tears. Who is the first? Today in my comments, before we take the pause to actually, for you to recite and contemplate the Kina and look at the translation, I'm just going to discuss the first of the 10. Yadu Goro, they cast lots, the Romans cast lots, to determine who would be the first to be chosen for the sword. Yadu Goro, they cast lots, Miri Shon Lecherev Berura, who will be chosen for the sword. Kenefol Gorol al Rabban Shimon, the lot fell upon the neck of Rabbi Shimon. This is Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. Historians have a debate about which Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel this was. There were several over the course of history. But it seems most likely, especially because he was the first, that it's referring to the first Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, who was in turn the son of Rabban Gamliel Hazaken. The first Rabban Gamliel gave birth to the first Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. There were other Gamliels and Shimon ben Gamliels in the course of Jewish history. Rabban Gamliel Hamzaken, the father of our Rabbi Shimon, was a grandson of Hillel, famous Hillel, and he was the Nasi. He was a Nasi, as was Hillel, of the Jewish people. In the immediate post-destruction of the temple, maybe even before the destruction of the temple. He lived, Rabban Gamliel, Hazaken, lived, his life overlapped with the life of the founder, you might say, of the Christian religion, of Yeshu, and actually tried to kind of guide the movement of the Christian faith, unsuccessfully. His son was Rabban Shimon ben Gamliel, and he was killed by the Romans soon or in the process of the destruction of the second Beis HaMikdash. That's the consensus of historians, that was the Shimon we're speaking of. Poshat Tzavoro, he stretched his neck, he didn't resist, he stretched his neck, Uvocha, and cried, Kenigzira Gezerah. He accepted the decree. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel Chazar HaHegmon, the executioner, turned to Rabbi Shimon, Lahargo B'nefesh Nitzura, killing him with a pent-up fury. And this is Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. He was killed. The next person to be killed was Rabbi Yishmael. And Rabbi Yishmael took Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel's head and placed it upon his knees as an act of respect for the dead. So I'd like to tell you something about Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. If one opens any siddur, just about any siddur, or a Mishnayos to Pirkei Avos, ethics of the fathers, and we all, one way or another, have studied or recited or learned about Pirkei Avos. In the first chapter of Pirkei Avos, we are confronted or presented with many teachings of Hillel, with the teaching of Rabban Gamliel, and then with Rabbi Shimon or Rabban Shimon Beno, Rabbi Shimon, the son of Gamliel. And that's the man we're speaking about. And he said several things, but there's one phrase I'd like to focus on. I think it fits with a lot of the issues that we've been discussing. He said, Kol yomai godalti ben hachachomim. All my life, after all, I'm a great-grandson of Hillel, a son of Rabban Shimon, of Rabban Gamliel. I spent my entire youth among the wise men. V'lo motzasi leguf tov, and I hear there's two girsaot, two versions, two readings. Tov elo shesika or tov me shesika. There's two ways of translating this sentence. It is, all my life I grew up among Chachomim, and he's only called Ben Shimon Beno. He's not even called Rabbi Shimon. He's just called Shimon Beno, Shimon the son of Gamliel. He's saying, I found nothing better for the guf, for the person, for the body. One reading is Ella Shtika, except for Shtika. Nothing good is good as silence. The best thing is quiet. Don't speak, don't talk, take a back seat. That's the best way. And that's the girsa, that's the reading in many versions of the Mishnah. However, there's another version of that, and that is Lo motzosi leguf tov mi shesika. I found nothing good from silence, which you can interpret to mean, I found nothing good about silence. Silence is not so good. You got to speak up. All right? You got to speak up. Lo matzasi leguf tov mishtika. There's nothing good to be found in silence. This latter approach, there's nothing good about silence, is supported by many meforshim, and I'll just mention two. One is the author of the commentary on the Mishnah, which you can see in any traditional Vilna Shas type Vilna edition of Mishnayos. You will find the commentary of the Tiferes Yisrael, a man named Rabbi Yisrael Lifshitz, who lived in the terms of Jewish history relatively recently in the latter half of the 19th century, the mid to late 1800s. His name is Rabbi Yisrael Lifshitz. And he says, of course, it doesn't mean that silence is the best thing in the world. It means there's nothing good about silence. And he asks us to imagine a student, a talmid, a pupil in the classroom. If he sits there quietly, doesn't say a word, doesn't raise his hand, doesn't answer a question, just sits there like a dunce, silent, that person will be taken either as a nitwit, as some kind of a idiot, where he's just sitting there like a mound of clay. What is he? Or as a stubborn person who just doesn't want to talk, doesn't want to participate. But it'll be looked upon negatively. Number one. So there's nothing to be gained from silence. He will never ask any questions. If you never ask any questions, you have questions. You're not going to ask them. You're never going to find any answers. Nothing to be found good about silence. If you want to disagree with your teacher, which is fine, raise your hand and ask a strong question. Maybe he can resolve his mistake or maybe explain it away. And besides which, who can study, who can grow in life if you're silent? Growing comes through interactions with other people, with people who are wiser with you. You learn mikol malam dai hiskalti. I can teach others and learn through the process of teaching as well as from learning from other teachers. It's not about silence. It's about speaking up. Tiferes Yisrael, in my inadequate translation and excerpting of his statement. Look it up for yourself. It's powerful. Silence is not the way to go. Move forward a generation or two, well into the 20th century, into the 1900s, and we come upon Rav Kook, Zechet Tzadik Lefrocha. There's a siddur, 2-volume siddur called Olas Re'iyah, which is a compilation of the comments of Rav Kook on the siddur. And in the siddur, almost every siddur I ever saw has the Pirkei Avos after Mincha on Shabbos. So Rav Kook comments on it. And he also says, he agrees with Tiferes Yisrael, there's nothing good about silence. And he quotes, of all things, from the Zohar HaKadosh, from the classic work of the Kabbalah, of Jewish mysticism. And there the Zohar HaKadosh says that in Gehenna, if a person comes to the next world, and before he comes to the next world, he prepares himself by doing teshuvah, by repenting. How? In his mind. He thinks about himself, oh, I did many sins in my life. I really regret them. And he's just contemplating. sitting back in the chair or sitting on a mountaintop and thinking and contemplating and meditating about how he should have done things better, should have been more spiritual, should have been more observant, he should have been more compassionate, should have been more truthful, and he just thinks about it. He won't escape Gehenna. He won't escape heavenly punishment. That's not teshuvah. He has to articulate the words. You can't be silent about teshuvah. You can't be silent about your regrets and your repentance and your atonement. You have to speak it out. Why? Says the Zohar HaKadosh. Because speech is the essence of mankind. When the Pasuk says that we are created b'tzelem Elokim, the Targum translates it to mean we are created as creatures who can speak. Speech is our sign of humanity. You must speak. If you have something that you regret, you must recite your tshuva aloud, not necessarily to other people. There's no father confessor in our religion. You confess to God, but you must articulate the words in your speech. You can't be silent about it. Rav Kook goes on to say just how dangerous it is to live a life of silence. You must speak. And then Rav Shimon ben Gamliel goes on to say, not only must you avoid silence, because there's nothing to be gained by silence, but once you attain silence, so then it's different. Then silence is not the main thing. Lo hamedrash hu ha'ikar elo hamasa. You have to take your words, your verbal expression, and turn it into action. That's the next step in attaining shlemut, in attaining completion. But the sine qua non, the absolute requirement is speech. This is a teaching of Shimon ben Gamliel, and it was he who was the first to be executed by the Romans. You can just imagine if the Tiferes Yisrael and the Rav Kook are correct, then he must have been speaking a lot, Rav Shimon ben Gamliel. And he could have been speaking against the Romans. And he could have been speaking about the hegmon, which possibly translates as the bishop or the cardinal or whatever, the Roman clergyman. He could have been speaking against them, and that's why he was chosen to be first. Could be. Well, it was a lottery, a go-roll. Who knows? But this is a teaching of Rav Shimon ben Gamliel that I thought I would leave you with. An important one. Now we can pose, and I'll give you your assignment on your own, to read, to recite, to follow the translation, to ponder this important kina Arzei Halavanon about the Aseres Haruge Malchus. We'll return after you press the button and continue. We will continue with some more kinos, but in the interest of time, we're going to just touch upon several kinos, which can be found in your booklet, in your kino book, or in the booklet that you have access to now, the supplemental booklet, and elaborate only briefly on each of them, and allow you the pause time to reflect, to understand, to probe more deeply into the kina. I've entitled this portion, as you can see in your booklet, as Centuries of Catastrophe. And I just went through the flow of Jewish history and picked a few major points. The Crusades, book burnings, expulsion, and pogroms. For Crusades, I ask you to look at Kina number 22. It's entitled Hacharishu. It too is written by Rabbi Meir ben Yechiel, a great Ashkenazi Rav, but very little is known about him. And he writes about the Crusades. Crusades occurred in the late 11th century, in the 1090s. the Crusades attacked and damaged the Jewish population of France. It's Rashi and his children, grandchildren. But then it continued eastward toward Germany along the Rhine and decimated city after city, tens and tens of thousands of Jews, until it came into Palestine and tried to do war against the Muslims with bloodshed on both sides, and Jews, of course, in the middle being killed. And it's an important episode in Jewish history that must be read, and I ask you to do this on your own. That's Kina number 22, Hacharishu. I'll pause and we'll return to just briefly mention the next Kina. We'll move from Crusades to book burnings. I hope you've used the pause to read and understand the Kina about the Crusades. We'll move on now to book burnings. And we're moving ahead about 2 centuries into the 1200s. And the great book burning which took place in Paris, in France. And the author of this, it happened in the year 1242, according to most historians. The composer is a man named Maharam Meir-Rutenberg, Rabbi Meir of a town in Germany called Rothenburg, a very, very important person in Jewish history. The Maharam Meir-Rutenberg is a major figure in the study of the Talmud. We know that Rashi studied in Germany. He lived in France, he studied in Germany. We know relatively little about the rabbis he studied under in his trip to Germany. But he returned to France and there built a yeshiva, which became a major, major source for commentary, Rashi's commentary. His children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren and students down several generations were the Balei HaTosfos, the ones who put together the comments on the Talmud, especially. The last of the great Tosafists, the great Balei HaTosfos, came not like Rashi did generations before, from France to Germany, but quite the contrary, from Germany back to France. And he studied under Rashi's descendants. His name was Rabbi Meir, and he came from the town, or became later the rabbi of the town of Rothenburg. And while in France, and he studied under one of the Balei HaTosfos called Rabbi Yechiel Paris, Yechiel of Paris. And then, it was in that year, 1240-42, where the great book burnings took place. And wagon loads upon wagon loads of manuscripts, this is before the printing press, manuscripts of the Talmud were burnt, disappeared forever. Rabbi Soloveitchik points out in his commentary, the only manuscript that we have today, nowadays, manuscript of the Talmud, pre-printing press, that exists is in Munich, München, the Talmud München, Munich. That still exists, and that's used as the basis for determining the correct text of the Talmud to this day. That's the only extant manuscript that has survived from that book burning and obviously others. So Rabbi Meir of Rothenburg decided some point in his life to write a kinna about this tragedy. And he modeled it poetically. Don't forget, he was not a Sephardi. He was not very familiar with the Sephardic poetry, but he was familiar with the poetry of the master poet of Sfarad, of the Spanish Jewry, namely Rabbi Yehuda Halevi. And this poem, this kina, Sha'ali Sirufa Ba'esh, is an attempt to duplicate the famous poem from this kina written by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi called Tzion Halo Tishali, which is not on our presentation today, it has been in the past, where Rabbi Yehuda Halevi speaks about Tzion asking for its prisoners. And here too, he begins his poem, Sha'ali Sirufa V'esh. I'm not speaking now, says Rabbi Meir of Rothenburg, to those who yearn for Eretz Yisrael. I'm bemoaning the parchments, the manuscripts, the scrolls, the Talmud books that were burned to fire and therefore left us behind as mourners, as avelim. Shali Sirufa V'esh L'Shlom Avelayach. Inquire, consumed in fire, after the well-being of your mourners. Hamisavim Shechon B'Chatzar Zvuloyach, who so strongly desire to reside in your dwellings. Dwellings could mean Eretz Yisrael, or dwellings could mean in the Beis Medrash studying Gemara. And he goes on to bemoan the significance of the experience that he witnessed, the burning of the Talmud. He too ends his kina on a hopeful note when he says, Yorum Levavi, these are his final words, my heart will be uplifted. Yorum Levavi, Be'ez Tzuri La'orloch. When my rock, God, is again a light for you. V'yagia choshkech, and he will illuminate your darkness, v'ya'iru afeloyech, and dispel your gloom. This is an excerpt which I will soon ask you to contemplate on your own, read, study, look at the translation, look at Rav Soloveitchik's commentary, and really identify, if I may use a word from our previous shmooze, identify with the concept, with the threat of the loss of the Talmud. No more Shas Bavli, no more Daf Yomi, no more Gemara, no more Elu Metzias. What are we going to do without it? What I would like to share with you when we speak about the horrible tragedy of the burning of 24 wagon loads of Talmud manuscripts are the resistance movement against the loss of the Talmud. People who struggled under the most difficult conditions imaginable to preserve the Talmud, and who cried, as did Meir Rothenburg, about the loss of the Talmud or the desecration of the Talmud. I'm going to give you 3 examples. But first, I must say something about the Marama Rothenburg himself, because he's the author of this poem. Meir of Rothenburg became the Gadol Hador. He was the go-to person for all halachic questions. From the time he returned from France to Germany, he led Ashkenaz Jewry and helped shape Ashkenaz Jewry. However, at one point in his life, and the circumstances behind it are not entirely clear, he was imprisoned and he was held for ransom. After all, those who imprisoned him were of the Christian faith, and they felt that one way to really get to the Jewish people, besides burning their books, burning their holy books, is to capture their leader. to take the Maharam of Rothenburg and imprison him so that he could no longer function as the leader of the Jewish people. If you can, I'm not sure that the camera quite catches the bookshelves behind me, but you may see behind me, I'm pointing to it, 6 or 7 volumes of the works of the Maharam of Rothenburg. That's just what we have that survived the writings and teachings of the Maharam of Rothenburg. It's volume upon volume upon volume. I can't say, as some people accuse me of, did you really read all of the books on your bookshelf? No, but they're on the bookshelf, and that just gives you a visual sample of the productivity of the Maharam of Rothenburg that was now in some castle dungeon in the middle of Germany. But then, as the people who imprisoned him, which were Christian clergy, realized, besides preventing him from continuing his role as the leader of the Jewish people of Central Europe, we can make a few bucks on the deal. We can tell the Jews, if you want to get your leader out of jail, you got to come up with a vast sum of money. The Maharam, however, sent out the word to his students, and he had ways of doing that. It's a story of its own. And he told them, the Talmud teaches us that you cannot redeem captives for more than they are worth. If someone captures a colleague, a fellow Jew, and imprisons him and asks for a ransom, if he asks for too much money, an overwhelming amount of money, you should not bail him out. Because all the Goyim will do is capture somebody else and hold them for ransom, and they'll know whenever we need a few bucks, that's what we got to do. We can tax the Jews by imprisoning their leadership. So the Maharam says, no. Lo yoser mikadei domov. You can't leave me in prison. I'll stay in prison. He was able eventually, he was imprisoned for a very long time, 13 years. And eventually he was able to have someone visit him, write down his teachings, etc. He was able to function. But then he died. And for a long period of time, it might be that that's the 13-year figure, the amount of time it took till they agreed to release his body. And finally, his body was ransomed by a wealthy Jew who was the leader of the community in Frankfurt, which was then a Jewish community with a great population of Jews. It's already 2 centuries after the beginning of the Crusades, and long before the Frankfurt we spoke about that was created by Rav Shimshon Hersh and spoken about by Hilda Cohen. It's a different Frankfurt. But he gave his entire wealth away to ransom, to redeem from imprisonment the body, the corpse, for Jewish burial of the Maharam of Rothenburg. The Maharam of Rothenburg was buried by this man in Worms, France, where it is today. The man who bailed him out lies buried next to him. And his name is there forever to be seen. And so also nearby in that cemetery in Worms, I've never been there personally. Very few people have visited the town of Worms in France. My son did, and he saw there besides the Maharam and the noble person who buried him was also the Maharil, the founder, so to speak, of Ashkenaz Jewry and Ashkenaz Minhagim. So that's one part of the treasure of Talmud and teaching of Talmud. There's another person who might be a surprise to you. And this kind of just enforces what I've been saying from the beginning of this presentation about the fact that we are one Jewish people. And one of the things that happens when we study about the Holocaust is that there's been a tendency, and I might be guilty of it to some extent myself, to focus on individuals who are great Talmidei Chachamim, the great poskim, Rav Nachum Zembes, the great Hasidic Rabbeim who were killed in the Holocaust. And that's been our trend. In fact, there are some trips to Eastern Europe which focus only on the graves or the remaining synagogues of great Gedolei Torah, Gedolei Chasidus. For me, that's not enough. What we have to mourn when we mourn the Holocaust is the effect it had on the nation of Am Yisrael, which is not limited to just the great Talmidei Chachomim, the Harugei Malchus, the Arzei Halavono. Means every type of Jew whatsoever. And not every Jew was a Talmid Chacham, not every Jew was a perfectly observant person. There was a man, you may have heard of him, he was a Nobel Prize winner. He wrote in Yiddish. His name was Isaac Bashevis Singer. And he, back in 1955-56, wrote in Yiddish for the Forward, which was the name of the Yiddish newspaper. And what he did was he went on his first and what turned out to be his only trip to Eretz Yisrael. It's already after 1948. Israel is a sovereign country, and he wanted to visit Israel. And every week he would send a column back to the Forward magazine based in New York City. And the Forward magazine would come out the next week with the column of Bashevis Singer's experiences in Israel. My grandmother, Mrs. Gittel Hartman, read to me those excerpts when I was a teenager. What I understood then, I don't know. I don't recall. Teenagers were busy with other things on her mind and not with what to us was an obscure writer has to say about his trip to Israel. However, much later, I grew older and a bit wiser, and I made sure to read or reread those books, which are now available in a Hebrew translation of the Yiddish, in the booklet that I have in front of me called Masaot Bashevis Be'eretz Yisrael, the journeys of Bashevis Singer, this great Nobel Prize-winning Yiddish writer in Eretz Yisrael. And he writes about many things, but he also writes about his friend Leib Ruchman, who was his tour guide through Yerushalayim. And this tour guide took him one fine day to the kever of David HaMelech, to Har Zion. And he was upset there because Har Zion is the scene, supposedly, of the Last Supper, and it has Christian symbols and signs, etc. But he also saw there the Martef HaShoah, the cellar, the basement, the cave of the Shoah, the Holocaust Memorial Museum to this day in Har Zion, which is not frequently visited. And there, he began to be in touch. Now, he left Warsaw, he left Poland well before the Holocaust. And he was Americanized, secularized, etc. And he was a great literary figure. And he writes about what he saw. And get ready for this, because of all the horrible images that Tisha B'Av provokes, this might be the worst. He walked in, and from a distance he sees sheets, yerios, of parchment with writing on them. These are the remnants of Sifrei Torah. And he sees them hanging, and he sees that they are forming a uniform. What the Nazis did is they forced some Nebuch Jewish tailor who knew how to take the sheets of parchment from a Sefer Torah and weave them and sew them and tie them into a uniform with sleeves, with a cap, with a jacket, with a collar, with trousers, with shoes and socks, all made out of the parchment of a Sefer Torah. And here's how he, in Hebrew translation, describes his experience. Barosh v'rishona, first of all, I see a me'il, a uniform, an article of clothing, asui meyeriot shel Sefer Torah, made out of the parchment sheets of a Sefer Torah. Whoever has never seen that uniform, lo ra'o chilul shemayim v'cherpa miyamav. You have never seen a greater chilul Hashem, a greater desecration of God's name than this dummy, literally a dummy, around, dressed in a uniform, and the uniform is the parchment of a Sefer Torah with the words legible. How much blood was soaked into it, because you could see blood stains on the parchment. And how about the person who put it all together, the Jew who was forced into the threat of death to create this monstrous uniform? Imagine what the person had to do. He had to take a knife to a Sefer Torah. He had to take a scissors to cut it into pieces. He had to char parts of it in order to make it be adhesive to other pieces. He had to sew together the buttons on this garment. He had to shape a cap, a dachik in Yiddish, around the head of this dummy, made of parchment. Now this cap is made of parchment of a Sefer Torah. Shoulder blades, unbelievable. The Torah is speaking from this monstrous uniform. And I read the words that are written there. And the first words that I see are these: Ele hamishpotim asher tosim lifnehem. This is the justice that I'm placing before you. And he goes on to say, Lo rak chelek echad shel Sefer Torah ani roeh. I'm not just watching the sections of a Sefer Torah, the torn to bits, scarred with ashes and with blood. But I'm seeing so many Sefer Torah, some of them stained with the blood of martyrs, some still absorbed with the marrow of the bones of those who were crushed onto Sefer Torah. I go to the window, and what do I see by the window? Hoping for a breath of fresh air, he writes. I see pieces of soap, and on the soap in clear letters, R-I-F. You know what R-I-F stands for? If you know some Yiddish, you'll understand the German of R-I-F. Rein Juden Fett. Pure Jewish fat. That was the substance, the ingredients of the soap. Shuman Yehudim Tahor. Pure Shuman, pure fat from Jews. Kach hasku haGermanim b'chis olam Yisrael. That's how the Germans were involved in the destruction of the Jewish people. Sabon megufot Yehudim, soap from Jewish bodies, umeil sport, and a joke made of Toratam, our Torah. I couldn't help. I read this some weeks ago. Couldn't help associating the comment of Rashi in Parshas Bahaloscha, Perek Yud, Pasuk Lamed Hey, where Rashi says on the Pasuk, V'yonusu misanecha miponecha, may your enemies flee from before you. Shekol hasonei es Yisrael, whoever hates the Jewish people, sonei es misha omar v'hoya ha'olam, also hates the creator of the universe. Shenemar, as the Pasuk says, umisanecha nasu rosh, that when you, God, those who hate you, people who hate God, who hate the Lord, who hate the Almighty, who hate the divine, B'tzanecha nasu rosh. They are becoming triumphant. Who are they? Al amcho ya'arimu sod. Those are the ones who plot against the Jews. There's no way to be a devout religious person believing in God, whatever you think of him, etc., but you believe in God and you don't hate God, then you don't hate Jews. If you hate God, you hate Jews. You hate Jews, you hate God. Isaac Bashevis Singer. This is his reaction to, not to burn Sifrei Torah, but perhaps the Sifrei Torah, which were even desecrated in a more foul, more ugly, more disgusting way. I want to mention, however, briefly, the efforts by a Jewish poet named Avram Sutzkever. I won't go into his biography, but he was a fascinating person. And he was in the Vilna ghetto, the ghetto in Vilna during the Holocaust. But he had access to the YIVO Museum. YIVO is a museum collecting Jewish artifacts. Today, YIVO is in Manhattan, in New York City. And through that connection, he was able to go to the libraries, the Jewish libraries, Jewish collections of books, which were all over Vilna. Vilna was the capital of Jewish scholarship for many, many centuries. And the Nazis were doing what they could do against those libraries, museums. And he was able to smuggle out from the ghetto to the YIVO building volumes upon volumes of Sifrei Kodesh, as well as general Sforim written in Hebrew, etc. Dozens upon dozens until hundreds of them. And he was able to save them in ways that deserve a whole other long day of descriptions of details. Many of those books can be seen today in Manhattan, in New York City, in the YIVO Institute. It's worth a visit to see the books rescued by Avram Sutzkever and his companions who smuggled these books out of the Vilna ghetto. That's how you restore the Kavod Shemayim, the Kavod of the Torah. Fascinating. And finally, I want to mention something I found relatively recently in an article by Tuvia Preschel, interesting man in his own right, who discovered that there was an attempt during the Holocaust in 1944, an attempt, and a successful attempt, to reproduce at least several volumes of Talmud. In this essay by Tuvia Preschel called Ma'amorei Tuvia, there's an article about an event that began in 1943 in the middle of the Nazi occupation of Belgium. The idea was dreamed about by a man named Shmuel Hubner, who was financed by a man named Nesanel Lefkowitz, who in hiding, consistent, persistent, tortuous hiding, was able to reproduce copies, first of all, of Masechet Brachot, so that Nesanel Lefkowitz was able to print them somehow and distribute copies in the midst of the Holocaust, under the noses of the German occupation. When he finished Maseches Brachos, he was going to proceed to Maseches Shabbos. And Mr. Lefkowitz said to Rabbi Hubner, no. The next tractate that you translate should be Maseches Bava Metzia. Do you know why? Because mainly when children begin to discuss the Talmud, they don't begin with Maseches Brachos or Shabbos or Psachim, etc., but rather with Maseches Bava Metzia, because that deals with Elu Metzias, with Shnayim Ochzin, with honesty in business dealings, honesty in returning lost objects, etc., etc. That's what children study. Our children need books to study from. Our children are being murdered, massacred in front of our eyes. But there will be some survivors, and they will need a Talmud to study from. So reprint Bava Metzia, which he did. The rest of the story, these books survived. Some were printed immediately. Some were printed years later. Some weren't printed until the 1980s. Some in the late 60s and late 70s won special prizes for the most beautiful edition of the Talmud ever printed in Belgium, things of that nature. And you can read the details of that way of giving back Sifrei Torah in the moments of when it was necessary, when it was being burnt, destroyed, consumed, desecrated, defiled in every imaginable way. There were still Jews who risked their lives and gave their fortunes and gave their self-sacrifice to reproduce volumes of the Gemara. Amazing. This is some commentary on the books burnt in Paris, by Rabbi Yechiel of Paris. By the way, Rabbi Yechiel of Paris, who witnessed that book burning, you know what he did when he saw that book burning? He realized it's time to get out of France. And he took his yeshiva students, and the whole yeshiva went to Eretz Yisrael. This is in the 13th century, long before the Zionist movement. When Yechiel Paris moved to Eretz Yisrael, settled in Akko, I guess that was the easiest to reach, it's right by the Mediterranean, and had a yeshiva which lasted for quite some time, called the Yeshiva of Paris in Akko. That's kind of the next chapter in the story. So if we follow our booklet, and I once again remind you that you should have access to the booklet that we've prepared, which contains a lot of the material that you need to keep up with us. And we just looked at the burning of the Talmud. There too, in the booklet, in Roman numeral 3 readings, you will find a kinnah on the occasion of the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492, and prior to 1492, the Inquisition, the torturing, the killing of Jews who wouldn't convert to Christianity. So we won't read that, but you can do that on your own. Reading number 3, Ye'alil Yom Shabbos, that kinnah. And the same thing will be true for another kinnah, the kinnah al Tach V'Tat. To go further in history, in the years 1648 to 1649, with the terrible Khmelnytsky pogroms, which decimated the Jews of basically Central Europe, Germany, Poland. And the kinnah that was written about it is to be found in readings Roman numeral 3, pogroms of 1648 to 1649, the Xeros Tach V'Tat, Tach Taf Ches works out to 1648, and Tat Taf Tes works out to 1649. When you read this, you'll find much of great interest. It's a long kinnah. Every paragraph begins with the words Yisrael. And for the knowledge of those of you who are yourselves to some degree familiar with Talmud and halachic literature, that poem, that kinnah, available in the booklet, was written by none other than Rabbi Shapsi HaKohen. That's the author of the Shach. Amazing person who was a victim of those pogroms and who escaped to a place where he's buried in Holešov in the Czech Republic, grave which I visited, which is a story in and of itself. Finally, let's look together, as we can, in the kinnah number 47 in the booklet. When we put together this book, we being the people of OU Press and the people of Koren Publishers, have put together this kinnos, we were presented with a problem. The problem is that we have attached to it the commentary of Rav Soloveitchik. Rav Soloveitchik was not in favor of reading recently composed kinos on the occasion of the Holocaust. He felt that, whatever he felt, I can't speak for him. However, there were various people who did compose kinos on the Holocaust, and they're still being composed, and there are people composing kinos about contemporary events of the attack in October 7th and of more recent difficulties that the Jews have gone through, to write contemporary kinos. So what do? So the OU people, some of them, many of them are Talmidim of Rav Soloveitchik, and said we can't put those kind of kinos into the book. On the other hand, the people of Koren, and myself included, I'm a consultant to Koren to this day, we felt that nowadays you have to have some kinos on the occasion of the Holocaust. And we chose 4 of them, and one is kino number 47, which you can find in this kino on page 620 and 621. And it's a kino written by Rav Shimon Schwab, who was the Av Bezdin, the Rav of Kahal Adas Yeshurun. He was the successor to Rabbi Breuer in that capacity. And he writes a beautiful, beautiful poem which captures the essence as much as anyone could. It's poetically well done, and it begins, Hazocher Mazkirov, he who remembers those who remember him, Me'es Asheros Bechartonu, from the first time he chose us. We remember the Dor Acharon, we remember the most recent Deraon, the most recent horror, the most recent fate. And he goes on to write about the Sorei HaTorah, the great princes of Torah who were killed. He writes about the men, women, and children who were tortured and killed. He writes about the barbarians, the Peroim, and how they ravished souls with insults, sneers, spittle, and shame, with charafos, tzachok, kalimot, vorok, pitzei hakaot ayumot. He writes about the chimneys, the furnaces, the gas chambers. And he concludes, Seh somim la'ola. We were all like a lamb without blemish being offered as a sacrifice. The blood of our captive children offered upon the great altar, upon the Mizbeach. Son kodeshim miyimne. Who can count? 6 million, maybe 7 million, who can count? Asher yishom lo sichbeh, may their light be unfailing. B'chunecha hayu mekadshe shemecha, for they have stood your test. Or chodosh tazriach, may God cause a new light to shine. Karnei hod tatzmiach, may there be rays of a new glory. V'ruach Elohim merachefet. May the Spirit of God rest upon us once more. I suggest again that you read this carefully in the pause that we'll do in a moment, and consult the comment on all the pauses of Rav Soloveitchik. But think again about the Holocaust. Let's not lose sight of the Holocaust in spite of the difficulties that we are having in our own lifetime, in our own time right now. I'd like to speak, unfortunately, inadequately, briefly, about 3 individuals who died this past year, who carry special meaning for who they actually were, each of them as individuals, and for whom each of them represents. And here you go, you can go to the booklet again and look for Roman numeral 4, Roman numeral 3 is readings. Roman numeral 4 is pictures. And there you will find, first of all, a picture of Staff Sergeant Yochai Glam. Zecher Tzadik Levrocha, Hashem Yinkom Damov. Now here, I must wax personal. I have a grandson, I have several grandsons too, who are members of the Israel Defense Forces, still are, in the reserves. One of whom is named Chaim, and the other is named Avraham. Chaim was in Gaza, as was Avraham, and Chaim witnessed the murder of his dear friend and superior officer, whose name I just mentioned was Sergeant Yochai Galam. Who was Yochai Galam? As my grandson-in-law, Chaim, explained to me, this Yochai was named Yochai, Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai. Yochai is not an uncommon name, especially here in Eretz Yisrael. He was called Yochai. There are those who say that the word Yochai stands for Keil Chai, the living God. Yud Vav being two letters of the Shem Hashemayim. And Chai is alive. Yochai, God is alive. He, as my grandson explained to me, was a student in one of the yeshivot Hesder, and he wanted to go into a special unit, so he asked for an extra assignment and extra training, and was trained in different areas of military warfare, advanced military warfare, advanced technical warfare, and he and Chaim were close friends. And they were standing next to each other somewhere in Gaza, and they espied a building in the distance which might have had a terrorist. But they checked with the scouts, and the scouts said, no, there's no terrorist there, no risk. So they stood there peacefully chatting when two shots rang out. One missed Chaim. The other hit Yochai. Yochai really was killed instantly. Chaim tried what he could. He called for the medics, etc. Nothing could be done. Yochai was dead. Yochai, it turns out, was a soldier who was careful to put on his tefillin every single day, who wore tzitzis, who in every spare moment sat and studied Torah. He had Sforim with him to study Torah wherever he went. He was not affected by being in the military in his spirituality and his dedication to Torah study. Not at all. And he was killed in action. My grandson Chaim and his other members of his unit decided that they had to do everything they could for this man's young widow and his two twin daughters, 4 years old. They saw to it that they were there at the Shiva, making sure that everything was done properly. And in a beautiful, beautiful picture, which you can access perhaps on YouTube, was all over the Israeli press. Not long after he was killed, it was a time for his two twin girls to go to school for the first day. In many schools in Israel, on the first day of school, the children who are entering the kindergarten or the pre-kindergarten, nursery school, whatever, are escorted to school in a big parade with balloons and music, etc. The widow was broken. How can I walk with my head held high, dancing, holding a balloon, singing, with the feelings that I have now, having lost my dear husband, Yochai? So a group of the soldiers, I'm not sure of the exact number, but 12 easily, maybe 15 or 18, They received a release from duty. They went up to the town in the north, not far from Haifa, where the family lives and where the school is. And they escorted these two children. There are pictures of the two little girls holding up pink balloons, and these soldiers marching along with them in civilian uniforms, escorting them to school on the first day. That picture was in the press and the media here in Eretz Yisrael, and you could just see tears, but also the resilience of the Jewish people and the nature of our soldiers, who they are. And not just people with machine guns and drones and airplane pilots wreaking revenge upon the enemy. They are also people with souls and hearts and compassion and ideas of how to really help people. Chaim and his companions are doing to this very day on behalf of the widow and her little Yisomos, little orphans. This is one person, Yochai. Chaim called me up about a year ago, now exactly. About a year, let's say, a year and 3 months ago. He called me up. Chaim has a little girl. Chaim and my granddaughter Cyril have a little girl named Malka. And he was expecting a boy, and it was going to be a boy. They knew that. He was considering naming him Yochai, after the dead soldier who was his good friend and companion, and whose murder Chaim witnessed. And sometime later, on Tisha B'Av, exactly a year ago, Tisha B'Av to the day, they had a baby boy, at this point, I think my youngest great-grandson, whose name is Yochai, named after this person who was one of the Harugei Malchus, who killed on behalf of saving Jewish lives, of saving the Jewish state. Yochai Kalam, Zecher Tzadik Levracha, Hashem Yinkom Damav. Next, you can see the picture of, in section 4, the picture of Rabbi Beryl Wein. Rabbi Wein was an acquaintance of mine. I could call him a friend, but not a very close friend, although we had various connections. Rabbi Wein once held the position of executive vice president and head of the kashrus department for the Orthodox Union before my time. And he was a rabbi in Florida, he was a rabbi in Muncie, and he was a rabbi when he came to Eretz Yisrael and became one of the most articulate and vociferous people to beg people in Chutz La'aretz to come to Eretz Yisrael, and who spoke only good of Eretz Yisrael, undoing the Bechia Shel Chinam of the Meraglim. This was his goal in life. He wrote many, many books, many Sifrei Kodesh. He was a great Talmud Chacham, and he was an Ish Emes, a man of truth to the max. Some weeks ago, I attended a book launch for his last book. He knew he was dying. He engaged the services of an editor to help him write this final book, which he completed just days before he passed away this past year. This is the book, A Lifetime of Learning. I recommend it to you all. And actually, by reading just this book, if not any one or many of his other books, you will learn more about what we lost with the demise of Rabbi Beryl Wein that we will never regain. I can't speak adequately about him. Not enough time, not enough energy, and not enough capacity in my ability to mourn such an individual. Rabbi Beryl Wein, Zecher Tzadik Levracha. May he rest in peace. And finally, I have another person to eulogize, which I've eulogized now quite a few times. And that is a man whom I knew when he was a young bocher in Yeshivas Ner Yisrael. And from the moment he came to our house one Shabbos many, many years ago, about 40 years ago, I knew that this man was destined for greatness, this young man. Zeha koton gadol yihiyeh. I said those words at that point to people who were close to me. This young fellow is going places. Zeha koton, this young person, gadol yihiyeh, he will one day be great. Slowly but surely he became great. He developed his sensitivities, he developed his wisdom, he developed his erudition, he developed his courage, he developed his leadership qualities, all the above plus more. Slowly but surely over the years, I watched him progress as one of the Mitsuyanim, one of the outstanding students of Yeshivas Ner Yisrael, as a Talmud Chacham of note, as a rabbi of a shul, a big shul, a large shul, a treasured shul in Baltimore. And to rise above that, to one successful intervention after another, working on behalf of the Federation in Baltimore of the Associated, working on behalf of the Jewish community broadly, working on behalf of the advisory board of the Yeshiva Chafetz Chaim Talmudical Academy in Baltimore. On and on, more positions of greatness, reaching out with his quiet but conviction way. He was full of sensitivity and conviction. And then he became the executive vice president of the Orthodox Union, a position which he held for several years. And within those 4 years, we kept up with each other. He died this past Shmini Atzeres. And on Erev Shabbos, Chalamoid Sukkos, 3-4 days before he died, seemingly in his sleep suddenly, at age 60. He called me up because I had had a incident, a fall, just before Yom Kippur, when he called me to see how I was doing, and that's the last time I spoke to him, or he spoke to me. How can I eulogize him? I'll tell you how. Many ways. This is one way which is consistent with the theme of this entire presentation. And that is, the Jewish people are not just the so-called Am HaTorah, not just this group of Hasidim, or this group of holy men, or this group of Mekubalim, or this group of Frummies, or this group of modern Orthodox, or this group of anti-Orthodox. We're all one nation. We're all one people. And we have to somehow overcome this tendency toward distancing others. That's sinas chinam. And we have to realize that we are one. And this was the power which he had until and just after his death, Rabbi Moshe Hauer. The ability to connect to people way, way beyond his circle. I have before me, I hold before me, this volume of Jewish Action, which is the magazine of the Jewish Orthodox Union. And it's devoted to Rabbi Moshe Hauer, the loss of a leader. And the loss of a leader is apt, it makes sense. And various people, including myself, have included tributes to him. Rabbi Dr. Josh Joseph, who is now the Executive Vice President and the Chief Operating Officer of the Orthodox Union. Chief Rabbi Kalman Meir Ber, the new Chief Ashkenaz Rabbi of the land, is Medinas Yisrael, who lives several houses away from where I'm sitting right now in Yerushalayim, who I see almost every morning in shul. My own eulogy called, my own tribute entitled, His Life Was a Continuous Ascent, always up and more. And then Moshe Bain, one of the previous presidents of the Orthodox Union, who wrote about to illuminate rather than condemn. But then there's a section on page 16 called A World Mourns. A World Mourns. And here you see a little bit of how Rabbi Moshe Hauer was able to reach out way beyond his comfort circle. Look who sent letters of appreciation and condolence. Number one, the president of the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops in Washington, D.C. It's dated October 17th, 2025, just days after he passed away. Saint Ignatius of Antioch is the gadol of this particular organization, the Conference of all Catholic bishops in the United States. It is with deep sorrow that we have learned of the sudden passing of Rabbi Moshe Hauer of blessed memory. He was a man of profound faith, wisdom, and integrity. That was part of the outreach beyond the Jewish nation. And then let's shift radically to another component of the Jewish nation. The Agudas Yisrael mourns the passing of Rabbi Moshe Hauer, Zecher Tzadik Livrocha. Mizrahi, World Mizrahi, deeply mourns the sudden and tragic passing of Rabbi Moshe Hauer. Rabbi Rick Jacobs, the president of the Union of Reform Judaism, in memoriam, remembering my chavruta, Rabbi Moshe Hauer. These words carry poignant resonance, writes Rabbi Rick Jacobs, the chief of the Reform movement. The sudden death of our beloved sage, Rabbi Moshe Hauer. Many Jewish leaders talk about the need for Jewish unity during this time of intense polarization. But Rabbi Hauer actually built Jewish unity. It was felt by the head of the Reform movement of the United States. Since he became the leader of the Orthodox Union, Rabbi Hauer became my friend and trusted colleague, even while also an occasional sparring partner. This is what outreach means. That's how far it goes. The governor of the state of New York, Kathy Hochul, and the chief of the Jewish Federations of North America. The chair is Gary Torgo, the president and CEO, Eric Fingerhut. And last, but certainly not least, the White House, as Donald J. Trump sends deepest condolences to the Orthodox Union. Rabbi Hauer was a man of deep faith, wisdom, and compassion. His influence endures through the countless lives he uplifted and the communities he helped strengthen. This is the extent of Achdus, not only to the borders of the Olam HaTorah, but way beyond, way beyond. This is the power that we need in a leader. And how apt is this phrase, the loss of a leader. As I mentioned at my introduction, this is the 38th presentation that I've given on Tisha B'Av. And sometimes, perhaps at the very first of those, way back in Baltimore many years ago, I ended on a note of Nechama. Shulchan Aruch tells us, Ramos says in Shulchan Aruch, you have to conclude the entire Tisha B'Av with Nechama. And what's coming up, of course, is we had 3 weeks of mourning, and now we're heading for 7 weeks of Nechama, of consolation and comfort, culminating, of course, after the 7 weeks in Rosh Hashanah, a new year, a new beginning. When I think of Nechama, especially in these times when, to say the least, we have enemies on all sides. We try to cope with them in every way we can. And we trust in Ribono Shalom's Siyata Dishmaya, heavenly assistance. But I feel that the best Nechama, the best consolation now is Shalom, peace. I don't think anyone would disagree that, as the Talmud teaches us, Shalom is the epitome of all good things. There's nothing higher than Shalom. We end the Birchas Hamazon with Shalom. We end every Shmona Esrei with Shalom. We end Kaddish with Shalom. Every holy thing culminates in Shalom and peace. We say the prayer every morning. There are slightly different versions. I'm going to follow the Sephardi Arizal Nusach of Sim Shalom, because I would like to sing that to a tune. I always try to sing it to some music. I shared with you the stress of the Modzitzer Rebbe on the pasuk in Tehillim, Kapitel Kuvav, Vayar Batzar Lohem B'Shamo Esri Nosam. God will see and recognize our plight, our tzara, Batzar Lohem, when we will sing, when He will hear Esri Nosam, He will hear us sing. So we will sing. Sim Shalom, Tova Uvrocho, Chaim Chen V'Chesed, Hoy V'Rachamim, Oleinu, V'Al Kol Yisroel, Hamecha, Borcheinu Avinu, Kulanu Ki Echad, Kulanu Ki Echad, Yachad V'Or Ponecho, Ki V'Or Ponecho, Nosat Alonu, Adonai Eloheinu, Toras Chaim, V'Ahavas Chesed, U'Tzedakah, U'Veracha, U'Tzedakah, U'Veracha, V'Rachamim, V'Chaim, V'Rachamim, V'Chaim, V'Chaim, V'Shalom. V'tov b'yeinecho, l'vorech es amcha Yisrael, v'chol eis u'v'chol sha'o, b'shlomecho. Those are the words and those are the music. But what do they mean? And here we return to the teachings of Rav Shimon Schwab in his book about prayer called Iyun Tefillah. I have the Hebrew translation, translated by a Baltimore young man, not me. He reflects on this prayer which we just recited, sang. It's talking about three types of peace, says Rav Schwab, writes Rav Schwab. It ends right after the Birchas Kohanim, which ends with the word V'yosem l'cho shalom. The Kohanim bless us. Their last words are, may God grant you peace. He's speaking to you and to you and to you and to each one of us individually. Sim shalom. God give us tovo, bracha, good, blessing, chayim, life, chen, charm, chesed, compassion, and rachamim, pity, sympathy. Writes Rav Schwab, these words are a tzuras hashalom hama'ula biyoser. This is possibly the best shalom of all. It's the shalom of our souls, our individual souls. Shalom shel haneshama. That we should be at peace with ourselves, with our conscience, with our feelings of guilt, as well as with our feelings of pride. We should be at peace. Shalom v'shalva b'nafsho shel ha'adam beino levein atzmo. It's the peace that inner peace you achieve with you and yourself, with you and your neshama, with you and your soul. That's the beginning. That's peace number one. And then, Aleinu v'al kol Yisrael amecha. Peace number two, we continue, Mamshichim, we continue, right, Rav Schwab? Lehispalel, shebrachos elu v'shalom v'shalva, that all of this peace should fall not only upon us, v'yosem l'cha shalom, loch v'lecha, but rather, al kol Yisrael amecha, on all Jews who are your people. All the Jews. Shalom v'shalva, krovenu u'lemishpachtenu, for our close ones and to our families. V'gam kolalim, and we include in this prayer, Borchenu kulanu ke'echad, all of us, yachad. Some nuschaot have the word yachad here, together. Kol Am Yisrael, the entire Jewish nation. That's Shalom ben Adam l'chavero, and remember, ben Adam l'mokom, ben Adam l'chavero, ben Adam li'amo, between each of us and the entire nation. That's I'll call Yisrael. And then we say, toward the end, God will grant us Toras Chaim, Avas Chesed, Utztaka, V'rocha, V'rachamim, V'chayim, V'shalom. And then we ask for a blessing, for peace, B'chol Eis, U'v'chol Sha'a, B'shlomecha. Remember, Rav Schwab was born in Germany. He escaped Germany through the compassion, the chesed, that a group in Baltimore, the city I lived in for so many years, and still remember so dearly. The people of Baltimore reached out to this young rabbi in wherever he was in Germany and brought him to Baltimore and saved him and his family to this day. He passed away some years ago. His sons still survive him. We know his grandsons, his great-grandchildren, etc. to this day. So he says, it all ends as follows. After we finished with Kulanu Ke'echad, Shalom bein ish le'ishto, bein avos u'bonim, v'heder machlokes be'uma, no longer any machlokes within our nation. Now we can pray for a special or panecha, a special illumination from God. What's that? Sheyarelonu HaKadosh Baruch Hu panim shel yedidut v'ahava. That God should show us, should demonstrate to us with light, clearly, in an enlightened, shining way, His friendship, His love, just as we do it to each other. And then he writes that there has never been a time in the history of mankind when there hasn't been hatred between people, going all the way back to Hevel and Cain, to Cain and Hevel, and all through the years. And that's why we conclude that we look for Shalom, b'chol eis uv'chol sha'ah. Wherever you look in the world, whenever you look at the world, there's wars going on. You think the wars in the Middle East are the only ones. What about Somalia? And what about islands in the Caribbean? And what about in the South Pacific, et cetera, et cetera? There are always wars going on. This very moment in Southeast Asia, there's machlokes and wars and shooting, et cetera. We want a bracha that's or panecha, the light of God. V'vorech es amcha Yisrael b'chol eis uv'chol sha'ah b'shlomecha. And finally, to conclude with a phrase, a pasuk in Tehillim, what can be better, which is also a song, an old song. I don't know how many of you remember this one. It's the last pasuk in Kapitel Kuf Chav Ches, Psalm 128. Ure'ei vonim levonecha, may you be blessed with seeing the children of your children. May you see children, each of you listening, viewing, thinking, joining us. See your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. Urei vonim livonecha, Shalom al Yisrael. And this is a song that I remember singing as a teenager in a youth group. Urei vonim livonecha, Urei vonim livonecha, Shalom al Yisrael. Urei vonim vonecha, Urei vonim livonecha, Shalom al Yisrael. Urei vonim livonecha, Shalom, Shalom al Yisrael. Urei vonim livonecha, Shalom, Shalom, Shalom al Yisrael. Remember, that's the way to think. That's the way to move ahead. And that's where we're all heading. We're going from times of sorrow to times of Nechama, to the renewal of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim, ure'ei vonim levonecha, Shalom al Yisrael.